Ahoy, land lovers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome to Quern, home of the Quern. Would you like to try the Quern burger? Actually, that is a different meaning because Neko says there's like Quern. Quern. There's some meat substitute that sounds very similar, but is spelled differently. Perfect Benjamin is hiding tonight. Spoiler, yes, he is. He's been pretty prominently displayed many weeks recently. I also did something a little cheeky. I'm not even sure if you notice it, but it's like a last minute addition to the couch. I was like, ooh, I like how that looks. Corn, the meat substitute is gross. Don't eat unless you hate flavor. There are many things I could describe that way. I went not that long ago. I had like my first like vegetable substitute patty at some restaurant that one of my friends like recommended. It wasn't bad. It did not taste like beef, but it was like it had like the texture of beef and relied heavily on like the other elements to the sandwich, like a sauce and stuff, which like normally I'm not like a huge fan of, but like it kind of worked. It's not like the best burger I ever had by any means, but like, no, that's like a viable sandwich thing. It was not gross. It's a little weird, but like not bad. And you gotta keep in mind that when I say a food isn't bad, that means like it's definitely suitable for like a regular person to eat, because I don't like food. You know this about me. But let's not spend another 4 hours talking about how I don't like food, because, well, frankly, we'll probably do that anyway. But let's actually talk about Quern. Quern Undying Thoughts is the puzzle game that hates me most out of all puzzle games. What was the I feel like we played another game on stream that I like said this about. There was like a puzzle game that specifically hated me, and I can't remember what it was. But like, man, Quern seems to hate me in particular. Good luck, you food hating weirdo. Thank you, Kale. Good to see you. Hello. To recap, last week we did not play Quern because I was doing Mother's Day stuff here in America, where it was Mother's Day. This is contentious for the relatively few people not located here in the U.S., but it's fair. Neko, I think, said that Mother's Day in the UK is always like 3 Sundays before Easter, which makes sense. I think the rule here in the U.S. is that Mother's Day is like the first or second Sunday of May. I think like the first. I could do the math, but I refuse. I need to save any brain power I have for Quern, because it's gonna be like, here's the hardest puzzle you can tolerate. Flip it upside down and backwards, and I'm gonna punch you in the teeth. Yeah, I've had a mildly contentious relationship with Quern in that it wants to push me to my limit, and I want to play a video game. Somewhere in between probably is where the balance should live, but we will power through because I am intrigued by Quern and I don't want to be defeated by Quern. And there are definitely things I like about Quern, but I also have a mighty struggle with Quern. Have I said Quern enough times? So in terms of recap, it's kind of a difficult game, and the main reason for that is because I'm terrible at Quern and make about 3 walkthrough sentences worth of progress per like 2 hours. So about a full paragraph of walkthrough progress per stream, which isn't like ideally great, I think. But I mean, I guess we could just broadly summarize the story and maybe talk a little bit about mainly the 2 puzzles we did last. No, I guess like 3-ish, 3.5, something like that. So basically, like so Quern is set in a fictional world where there is something called the World Chain, which hasn't come up yet, but it's been like referenced by a few like in-world materials, and I assume it will probably become relevant as we're sort of approaching the end of the game. The World Chain is basically like this concept of it's vaguely like Sliders, if you ever watched the 90s TV show Sliders, where there's like different worlds that like live parallel to each other but are like linked by some metaphysical force. Here it's like a little more like literal, that there's like a flow to the worlds, and like last week we even found some book that was like there are like specific configurations of like angular worlds that can link to 2 specific worlds, but then those are dead ends, and like pathway worlds which are like a straight line that connect one to the next and things like that. But so, like, I mention this because, like, we found ourselves in Quern, which is like a almost like mythological and difficult to find world. I think people have alluded to it, but like the guy who brought us here is like, I finally found it, the mythical world of Quern that people didn't think existed. And like it's a world where like essentially time doesn't exist, which is great for me in the sense that it takes me like 14,000 real world hours to complete anything in Quern because I'm too stupid for this game. And basically, his whole shtick is like, I am a mad scientist, but I promise I'm a cool guy. I've created a series of puzzles because I want you to understand everything I know about Quern by the time you meet me. I was going to joke up in the tower, but I don't think he's in the tower. But put a pin in that for later. And he's basically like, solve all the puzzles and you will find me, and then you will help me destroy or save the world or something. I don't know. And so that's mostly what we've done. We've tried to solve as many puzzles as possible, and I've been very bad and slow about it. But you know, we've learned things about, like, the nature of crystals in this world, which sort of leads us up to where we started last time we played. We ascended this staircase in, like, a building that has, like, telescoped and steampunked and taken a few different forms now. And we activated sort of like an observatory situation, but instead of it having like a big old telescope at the top, it has like a big laser beam. And so we had to like find a way to like open these various light catching mechanisms around the island, and then like display the right shape of light into them to like activate various things around the island, which were essentially each smaller puzzles. The first one took us to this somewhat intense teleportation, multi-level, multi-device puzzle. Collectively, we worked through it. It was a bit of a struggle. Unsurprising if you've heard any part of the recap thus far. Then the second one was probably the hardest, because we had to, like, figure out how to, like, get up to this like ledge that we could see and couldn't navigate towards, and like eventually we like figured that out, and then we had to like solve a puzzle of like making spinach destroying potion. We had previously made like a make spinach potion, and then we had to destroy spinach, and we needed a new potion for that, and boy was that a roller coaster of emotions. But once we completed that, we had one more much simple puzzle to complete after we spent much of the stream on that specific series of events. And ultimately, all of these things led us to collect a series of components of a disc that we slotted into something. It gave us a key, and that key unlocked this tower that's been at the center of everything we've seen in Quern so far. And we haven't gone in the tower yet. We watched the animation of it, like, lowering to ground level so we could walk into it, and that is where we will begin. And to notice in the alchemy lab, there is a spot for teleportation crystal. It's true, and what's somewhat shameful is I was, like, aware that, like, I could slot something into that, but, like, it just seemed so ridiculous and improbable that I would, like, need the teleportation crystal to go, like, up into an unseen attic that, like, I just hadn't considered that as, like, a legitimate possibility. Why not just eat the spinach? You know, I've been working on that lately, Neko. I hate food, and I've been trying to, like, eat more real food over the last, like, 2 years. And, like, I bought spinach at the store today, along with this watermelon octopus, who is joy incarnate, as an octopus. Anyway, it's time to Quern, and I remember to move myself over to the other corner of the screen. I'm very proud of myself, and hopefully everything is working, because I scrambled a bit to start the stream on time. Anyway, you're allergic to spinach. That's an interesting fact. I mean, these days, I don't necessarily take any conceptual allergy for granted, but there are still things I've just, like, not heard of a person being allergic to, and so, like, it surprises me a bit, I guess. I think continue will work. But to more literally answer the figurative question of why not just eat the spinach, it wasn't... the, like, kill plant was, like, signified by a scroll that had like a leaf to dead leaf symbol on it, but it was actually like a bunch of like thorny brambly vines. I think I'm allergic to eating those. Perfect. Continue worked just as I wanted. I'm looking directly at the place I want to go. What's in here? It's that same rug that's everywhere and nothing to pick up on this table, which is kind of conspicuous. And then just like a button. That's weird. I'm kind of locked in place. I think it's because they don't want me to platform myself to death, but that feels very unnatural. That's not how elevators really work from my experience. I better look up. The game has taught me I need to look up a couple of times. Alright. This was the real struggle, second lens thing to open. Really kind of immediately disheartened by the fact that I'm not sure what to do, but that's kind of what Quern is like. Flip this. Alright. Oh, this one too. Hold on. Just adjusting my own audio. Don't worry about that. Kale says, I've had multiple people tell me it's impossible to be allergic to spinach, but I've thrown up just being in the room with it. Oh, that's an intense allergy. I've had people ask me about that with my fish allergy, and I've always thought that was kind of a strange question, but I think that's just, my experience has not ever been like, I've never known someone to have an allergy that intense other than like peanut allergies, and that's because that's one of the more common ones like portrayed in media. That's rough. I'm gonna have to assume that having flipped both of those switches doing the button does something else now. Unclear to me what, but looks like I'm gonna have to jump. Oh cool, I've lowered the whole tower. I sort of understand conceptually how this mechanism works. Hey, weird, now I can move around when I couldn't on that other elevator. That makes me think we really sloppily patched some bug someone found. Alright, so if I had to wager a guess... God, stupid headphone thing. Now I want to uncouple these and then stand on the platform and press the button again, and now I will go down. But because the tower is down, I will go down to some new thing. There are people who are allergic to sunlight. Like that the character in One Piece that's become recently important. Except that's like a magical disease and not like real sunlight allergy. Although I have heard of sunlight allergy. It sounds terrible. Although at the same time, I also hate the sun, so... I don't like food or the sun. I'd make a terrible plant. Actually, I guess plants don't care about food. I make a terrible living organism. That one's just generally true. Okay, well, I just whipped around. I think that my mouse sensitivity is a lot higher than it is. I don't think well, I have sort of a flashlight, but... Oh, this sure looks conspicuous, huh? No shot that thing opens at some point, of course, obviously. Here's a boring orange crystal torch. Kind of interesting that this shut behind me. I mean, okay, hi. Oh, it's Sharon Man.
When we discovered these tunnels, we hoped to find some rest from the endless noon. We realized we needed a quiet place, hidden from the scorching sunlight.
I wouldn't recommend going to a quiet place. It seems awful there.
A different place where we could at last find the long-awaited change of atmosphere. Where we find balance, not just among ourselves, but harmony within our own bodies and souls. These chambers were our refuges when we couldn't bear the weight of our existence.
Same, girl.
After staying for hundreds of years in the light, darkness preserved our sanity. I tried to keep this place
that's
secret from
relatable
him,
given what I just said.
but I had to make a choice. When I saw him losing his mind, he reminded me of us. I felt pity for him.
You're like the ancients from Stargate.
I decided to lead him down here to grant him some relief. What a mistake it was.
Okay, that last bit of context sort of answers the immediate concern that I had from the start of that speech, which was like, man, it sure sucks to be outside at noon all the time. And I'm like, girl, same. But also, like, isn't this like the world you live in? And she's like, well, I'm gonna strongly imply that we all went underground and then like ascended into energy beings like the people in Stargate, sort of. But like, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I get, like, hindsight's 2020, so I get her being like, man, it was a mistake to try and like keep that guy sane by taking him to the sacred caves, because like obviously he goofed this place up and he's like not a cool guy at all from my interpretation of the letters thus far. But like in the context of like he was like literally going insane and it was horrible to watch, it's funny for her to be like, man, definitely should have tried to help with that. All right. So I did sort of suspect. I wouldn't have necessarily anticipated that we'd be like kind of locked in down here, but I did sort of expect that we would get like a whole new world, because we kind of like exhausted all the stuff to do upstairs. Finally. Oh Lord. Well, this seems to require some kind of key. Oh, there's a letter. Wonder who it's from.
Most of these tunnels were carved out by the Dalmarians once. After covering the island with my experiments, I was fascinated by the gigantic space this place offered. I am convinced that she has appeared to you by now.
That's
I know
weird.
her quite well. She will probably try to persuade you to turn against me, if she hasn't yet.
If she hadn't, this would sound crazy paranoid.
Past failures onto me. She fears that I will become the monster she once was. Be conscious when she's around. Her innocent purity is just a well-rehearsed disguise.
I mean, I would be more inclined to buy into the moral ambiguity of this if, like, all of the subtext weren't that this guy is, like, definitely a supervillain. That's actually a great observation. Kale says, really love the tower. You do all that work to get up there, which is essentially, like, I don't know, maybe not, like, half the game, like, a lot of the game. And then you get up there, and it's, like, literally nothing. You can, like, look at all the stuff you've been at, and then you just have to figure out the mechanism to go down. It's a great point. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but, like, that's... To me, that's definitely a more effective subversion of success than this game often portrays. Like, I think this game has a bit of a bad habit of, like, completing the puzzle doesn't give you an immediate sense of satisfaction, which I think really should be used sparingly. And, like, that, I think, is a great moment for it. But, like, some of the other ones, like, irk me a little more. Yeah, like, the fact that he, like, very clearly kidnapped us as, like, the inciting incident of the game, like, not a great foot to get off on, I agree. Definitely makes me more suspicious of him, but also just like the way he like words everything definitely makes him sound like a mad scientist. Cool. Oh, I did want to browse letters. Okay, that is the next one in sequence. That was sort of my question. Some sort of janky printing press. So this is linked to the thing outside the crystal laboratory, I think. That had kind of like a dumbwaiter mechanism that was like attached to the puzzle we solved. Oh, I sort of failed to notice all this, huh? One of the key parts is among the components of the solution. One of the key parts is in its appropriate place. Oh, Lord. One of the colored splotches tells only lies. What's this? Oh, it's a big key. Hold on. In inventory. Oh, sweet. They don't know. I have a bunch of stuff. They did clear my inventory, but for some reason I still have the one item I wanted to get rid of. The only item in my entire inventory I never wanted to see again ever. is one of the only ones I've retained. Thanks. Thank you for that. So I have basically my crystals, and weirdly, I don't have the little stick to put the fire crystal or teleport crystal on. I'm gonna hope that that's not some kind of glitch or something, that I haven't reached like a fail state. A weird, fun, weird key. Okay, bunch of numbers. Oh yeah, I have like a find interaction points button. The bot is maybe important. I mean, that's my first assumption, although my immediate second assumption is maybe I'm screwed, which is why I voiced that concern. But yes, even though I didn't say that part out loud, my first assumption is I will probably need it, and that just strikes me as bad news is all. I mean, I assume Big Key goes in here. I don't really know what to do with it yet, so I'm inclined not to mess with it just yet. Oh, more of this, but I don't have a symbol to determine what to do with. I mean, there is this battery here, presumably. Presumably there's some similar mechanism to what we've dealt with upstairs with the batteries, as we've come to know them. Is this door open? It's got a little... Kind of looks like it's gonna need a key, but we'll try it anyway. This is... I mean... Probably this guy? Alright, not a great sign. I mean, I don't really have a more powerful source than that. Maybe it wants something specific? Nope, I actually only have those two things I can put in without the torch stop thing. I don't even know what to call that thing. Telescoping torch base? I guess I'll mess with that key, huh? Actually, let me just double check. I think those are like the places I can go immediately, but I might have skipped something. We'll go back, Demolition. We got a letter, and basically he's like, don't believe her lies. She doesn't like me because she's the evil one. And I'm like, yeah. One of you played Kate Walker in Siberia, and the other is a mad scientist. I know who I trust. Better example is classically Jeremy from Code Lyoko. There's like dozens of us Code Lyoko fans, so, you know, don't sell us short. Or something. Well, I guess I mean, I could just try jamming it in there. I gotta say, don't expect that to work. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, wait a minute. Now I understand this note. It's, what is that called? Mastermind? One of the key parts is among the components of the solution. So basically, a result of one white means that one of the four key things is exactly correct. And a result of yellow means that one of the shapes of the key parts is correct, but it's not in the right place. Something along those lines. I haven't actually messed with what changes on the key, but something along those lines. And presumably when I run out of notches on the glowy bit, then I have to start the process over. Mastermind! Castle says, truly an innovative puzzle. Mastermind is only 40, 50 years old. Hey, I'm supposed to be the one who's snarky because I'm too defensive about my mental insecurities at being bad at puzzle games. Never seen Code Lyoko, but Kohei's a big fan. I rewatched Code Lyoko at some point during, like, COVID lockdown. I don't remember exactly when. And I gotta be honest, like, listen, I've only ever watched the English dub. Originally, it's, like, French or whatever. So, like, some stuff gets lost in translation. And honestly, I think some of that is part of the charm. But, like, I genuinely really like about Code Lyoko, it does a thing that I find difficult to describe, that I really like in, like, visual media storytelling, which is, like, it uses its characters really efficiently, and, like, for a kids show, it has, like, pretty high stakes. I mean, like, granted, one of the conceits of Code Lyoko is the patented return to the past. Let's see if this still works. Oh, good, it does. Bye-bye. Now it's yesterday morning. Or so the mechanic goes within the show. But, like,
did someone say birthday?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did someone say birthday? It's the long one. The long one doesn't have an Olay. You might have gotten jump scared by that like I did. But yeah, not to spend a ton of time talking about Code Lyoko, but like, as dumb as the concept of the return to the past is, I think it's actually really effective for what the show is trying to do, because it's sort of like an adventure show for young kids or whatever. And the return to the past allows, like, the stakes of the episode to be as high as they want, and then, like, as long as they don't want the heroes to fail for, like, plot critical reasons, which definitely happens a few times, then, like, stuff can get as dire as they want, but they just narrowly get control of the situation in time to do Return to the Past, and then everything's fine again. Stakes were high in other shows at the time. It's just that Code Lyoko showed those stakes were real. I mean, listen, I'm not trying to argue that Code Lyoko is, like, the first show to ever do real stakes, but, like, I think it's uncommon even now certainly among, like, genre TV for younger audiences for there to be real stakes. Not like, unheard of, but, like, pretty uncommon. But, like, I don't know. I just think it's interesting the way they managed... Like, they use the characters as a resource in a way that's interesting, where, like, the dynamic of the show is that usually in, like, this virtual space where they do, like, their pseudo-crime fighting stuff, there's some kind of threat that they have to neutralize. But then, like, that same threat represents some physical threat in the real world. And so they have to, like, divide up their characters based on, like, skills and availability and other things to determine, like, who's trying to stop what threat. And it feels like, you know, it feels like they're always the underdog because of the vast resources of the evil computer virus they battle. But again, I'm not just, I just find Code Lyoko to be really interesting. It's not like the greatest TV show of all time or anything, but, like, I just think it's really interesting. And so, like, I'm sort of attached to those characters, and particularly Sharon Mann, who is, like, one of the only voice actors from that I really know to have shown up in other things. So, what's the thing that lets me... Oh, wait. It's the key... Yeah, the key goes here, huh? Well, I don't know what these numbers mean. Should I know these by now? Oh, Lord. I mean, I guess all I can really do is, like, try something here. Zoom. Okay, hold on. Before I do this, let's try to make a note of this. Handle to key front. Arch in, capital T, capital I, lowercase t. Key goes in the square hole. God, I still find that video absolutely hilarious. So, like, what if, for example, I press the 1 button? Oh, that's interesting. So no number repeats ever in the key is what this suggests. Let's do this for sake of relative convenience. Okay, so it looks like arch in is 1. Capital I is 2. Capital C is 3. And capital T is 4. Which means lowercase t is either 5 or 6. So then that means that what we started with was 1, 4, 2, and then whatever that last one is. Here's a question. Oh, so I can, like, reset that, huh? So, yeah, how about this? We'll change those last 2 to, like... Guess you have to set all of them, that's fair. So then 6... is lowercase t. And... 5 is... I mean... It's like the... What's the name for the gesture that's the British version of flipping the bird with the 2 fingers? I want to call that slag off. I don't know if that's appropriate. So then that means that what I'm currently looking... Okay, so that means we started with 1, 4, 2, 5. And currently what I have is 1, 2, 6, 5. Which would mean we've left 1 and 5 in the same spots? No, wait, that's not right. This is 1, 2... No, the original was 1, 4, 2, 6. 1, 4, 2, 6. So that means that we've kept a control in 1 in the first position. We've moved... I guess we shouldn't have 2 and 6. We should have 3 somewhere. So give me the key back. So I want 1. I don't want blue torch on. I hate it. So how about like 1, 3, 6, 5 seems reasonable. 1, 3, 6, 5. Call it the 2 fingers salute. I think I've heard that. That's good to know. I've already written it down in my notes as slag off. Alright, so now I have a second number in a correct position, I think. Wait, no, yellow is right number, wrong position, right? Yeah. Alright, so that... What the heck does that mean? Seems... I think what that means is that... Oh, Lord. The cursor went away. Stupid notepad. Okay. I think what that means is that 3 and 5 are correct, but 2 should be in there. Maybe. That leads me to think that the correct numbers are 1, 2, 3, 5. That's not locked, but it is reasonably likely. At this moment in time, I'm not sure if 1 in first position is actually correct or if I happen to switch one of the new ones into its correct position. So let's try this. I think I want to keep 1 as control. So 1... 1, 2, 5, 3. Seems reasonable. Give me the key. 1, 2, 5, 3. So that's 2 in the correct position. 1 is a correct number. Huh. What the... So 2 in the correct position after that. This makes me think... Probably reading too much into this. I'm inclined to think that 1 is correct, at least for the time being. So I'm leaving that in first position. So I gotta switch something else out. So I had only one other one correct with 1, 4, 2, 6. Which should mean 1, 4, 5, 3? Yeah, that should be some combination of those, I think, is what that means. So 4, 5. Let's use 5 as like a soft control here. So I think I want 1, 4, 3, 5. Should probably be taking better note of. This was... Wait. This was... Yellow, I think, and I don't remember what that other one was, so good luck to me. Get this back. Let's see about this. 1, 4, 3, 5. Whoop. Okay. Progress. So these are the correct numbers, which is what I gathered from the last round. Oh, I see what I've done wrong here. Never mind. I think I have this correct. This one was 1 white, 2 yellow. The one before that, 2 white, 1 yellow. This one I just put in is 1 white, 3. Okay, so... had more white before. So... 1, 3, 5, 4? Again, I'm kind of just assuming 1 is correct right now. But so far, I don't think I've actually had a specific reason to doubt. This feels plausible. I haven't had... Oh no, that can't be right. Had 3 in position 2 in an instance where I had only 1 correct. I guess it is possible that 3 was correct there in position 2. Okay, let's get spicy, chat. How about we do 5, 3, 4, 1. 1. Because 1 could have been a yellow each one of those times. But then the second instance I had 2 white, which would mean I would need to have 2 matches there. which I don't. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a closer look at that. The time I had 2 white matches, which are right number, right spot, I entered 1, 2, 5, 3. Let's, for the sake of this round, assume that 1 is wrong, which I have not done to this point. If that's true, it would mean that both 5 and 3 have to be in their positions from that round, which would mean that they would have to be 3rd and 4th position. So we'd have to do something 5, 3. But we would also have to move 1 from the position it's in, which would mean that 1 would have to be 2nd instead of 1st. So that leaves us with specifically 4, 1, 5, 3. Right? That looks right. Let's give that a shot. Looks right. We'll see what it comes up with. Yeah, Mastermind is a game that's easy to goof up if you're not taking notes, so clearly I started doing that immediately, which has been a downfall of mine, is thinking that I'm too smart to take notes for some of these things. Oh, that's trouble. Wait. What does that mean? What does that mean? We're running up against it. I think we have 2 tries left? We might have 1 try left. I haven't been paying close enough attention to how the tracker at the top of the thing works. Two white. So, the time we had 2 white, I think we should now revert to assuming that 1 was correct. And that 1 of the other 2 that we had in common that time, which were 5 and 3, was in its correct position. So 4... 4 could be correct in slot 2, but only if 1 doesn't go at the beginning. Which tracks with the other information I had. Okay. So then... that would still... I think that's consistent with our last round, too. So then, what if we did, like... we haven't put 1 in 3rd or 4th spot. So we can do... I'm pretty sure 5 doesn't go at the end. So let's go 5, 4... I take a look at 3's positioning. 1, 3? No. Hold on, let me write that down. If I use that, 5, 4, 1, 3, then compared to what we just did, 3 would be in the same space and all the others would move, which is plausible because last time only 1 was in the correct position. So if we scramble all the others, that means there's a chance that those would be correct. If we look at the one before that, where we had all the same numbers in different positions, that one also said 1 number was in a correct position and the others were right. In that instance, we share the current position of 4, and all the others would scramble. So that's also consistent. From the earlier ones, we had 1 white in both instances. And that... Oh. This does not mesh with my second attempt, where I had 1 white and 2 yellow. Because... None of the numbers as I have them positioned in the guess I'm looking at now in the same spot as there. So logically, there's no way that could be correct. So I think the best way to reconcile that is to make 5 the last and 3 the first. Let's take a look at that. So then, if I compare to the one I was just talking about, 5 is in the same position, and 2 numbers have switched locations, so that becomes consistent. The following round, I had 1, 2, 5, 3. In that instance, I had 2 white. I had 2 white that round. Wait a minute. I had 2 white that round. That means 2 of 1, 5, and 3 had to be in their right spots. So maybe 1 is first? I haven't had 5 in position 2. Yeah, what about like 1, 5, 4, 3? In that instance, with our first guess, we would have 1 and 4 in common with 1 in the correct spot. That's consistent. We would have, with our second guess, we would have 1, 3, and 5 in common with 1 in the correct spot, which is consistent. For our third guess, we would have 1, 5, and 3 in common with 1 and 3 in the correct spots, which is consistent. For our next guess, we would have all the numbers consistent, but only 1 would be in the correct spot, which is consistent. And for the last guess, all the numbers correct and only 3 in the correct spot. So that's consistent. All right, this feels like a good guess. 1, 5, 4, 3. Is this riveting? Are you enjoying this? I'm mostly ignoring chat for the moment. Hey! Can I try horror in Stundiga? No. Legally obligated never to do that again, unfortunately. We have limited guess? Yeah, that's how Mastermind works. That's how... there has to be a lose condition or you can just do it infinitely. I found it! You're right, I did. Okay, does this just open? Or, like, what do I do now? Okay, just for a moment, I'd like to point out, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say I think this game does this too often. Is that, like, this game loves to be like, you found it! And then, like, kick you in the shins and then be like, but you get nothing! Because, like, I've solved the puzzle, but, like, now I need to, like, do another thing to get my prize from the last puzzle I solved. And again, I don't think it's unreasonable to do this, but I think this should be used sparingly. I think a puzzle game should have because, like, the nature of a puzzle is delayed gratification, I don't think you should double delay gratification unless there's a good point to doing it. That's my personal feeling. I understand that there's, like, philosophical difference, and clearly Quern and I have a lot of philosophical difference about puzzle game, but, like, Mastermind's a great puzzle. It's been around forever. I enjoyed that. I hope you did too. But, like, I feel like I have earned the prize, and the game is like, no. Like, I don't know that any of my stuff does anything here. So, like, I think I might be stuck again. Oh, wait a minute. Is this just, like, one of those, like, weird, not obvious on console, like, I can click to slide it or something? It doesn't look like it. What would this require from, like, a logistical standpoint? It's kind of got, like, arrows tucked... Oh, maybe, like, lift? No. I don't know. Check the cabinet. Oh, the cabinet open? I didn't even notice that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. This, I don't know. Is this the number that I want? Hold on. What number is this? Give me the. Hold on. I don't trust crap. Okay. I know what this game is like. Save over the one after tower. Okay, great. Now give me the key so I can reference it. So the orientation of these is such that this would be what I've been considering the like left side of the key. So that would make the thing printed here. Give me a second. This would be 6, 2. It's 1, and then 3. So it's clearly a different set of numbers than we had before. And can I? Okay, I can have whatever that is. It's a little widget. Maybe that goes directly in here. Maybe that goes in the door over there. I don't know. Yeah, I think this has teeth. No? Not it? Not it? You didn't found it. Does this open the other door? I'm concerned about messing with the key and putting it back in, like breaking something. So I want to try other stuff first. So does this go in here? Okay. It did. And I'm gonna guess that unlocked something. I'm guessing that the process turned the thing that deadbolted the door? No. So what did that do then? It seems like that didn't do anything, is what it seems like. So, you know, I don't love that for me. Alright, time to go mess with the thing, I guess. Widget doesn't have... I think the widget... I guess it doesn't have enough teeth. You're right. It doesn't have enough teeth. It has teeth, but not enough teeth for the presumed purpose. Alright, I'm gonna, like, save again. Cool. And now I'm gonna, I don't know, input the key, I guess, and just see what happens when I do that. So, 6, 2, 1, 3. Okay, that doesn't work there. Now, you may be right about this, anime. So this is another problem that I've consistently had with this game, and this... I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this. This may be a personal problem. This may be, like, a genuine, like, user experience concern. Me, a habitual puzzle game player, love to notice patterns in things. A genuine problem for me. Do it more than is probably appropriate in some puzzle-solving cases. Because of the lighting in this room, which is very cool and ambient and whatever, I unlocked that thing with the little widget that I just got. This does not look like a key goes in here. Does a key go in here? It does. I need that to be lit. For my money, I need that to be lit so I know it's a keyhole, so I know the key goes in there. If I know that's a keyhole, I understand what I've been doing for the past, like, 2 minutes immediately without thinking about it. But because I unlock the thing with the widget and nothing happens, and again, because this game does double delayed gratification type things a lot, it becomes more difficult for me, the player, to know when I'm missing something or, like, the game is just not telling me something. This is how I end up stuck in things that aren't puzzles for a really long period of time in this game, because this game loves to not immediately give you a result for solving a puzzle. Most puzzle games that I've played, you solve a puzzle, a cool thing happens. Quern, you solve a puzzle, there's like a 20% chance a cool thing happens. More often than not, almost nothing immediately happens. So the messaging to me, the player, becomes unclear to when I'm missing something or when the game is being obtuse. Now the door opens. Oh, cool. It's a battery room with a, I don't know, something on it. It looks like, what is that facility called in Zero Time Dilemma? I think this is a modified pipe puzzle. Oh, is there a letter around here? There's a tiny cabinet with some sort of widget add-on. Ah, this may have the correct number of teeth to convert widget to previous thing. Yeah, I mean, that's the short version of saying the thing I'm trying to say broadly to apply to the entire game, because I've had concerns about it. But as Anime puts it, they could have lit this up so you could see that the key goes there. That's all I'm asking for. I know I said that in a wordy way, but that's because, again, this is an issue I've had throughout this game, and it has caused me frustration. And I think that broadly the issue is the thing I said before. But in the specific case, it'd be cool if you, like, lit up the puzzle element I'm meant to interact with so I actually know what I'm doing. I really hate the blue torch. Okay, cool. Now I have one of these. A big brick with 4 pluggy bits on it. I have that now. It belongs to me. Right, so that got sent here from the right side up at some point. So now the rest of what I have to do in the short term, probably in this one room I've opened. Still not sure what that torch is doing. Presumably something at some point. Right. Alright, let me sketch this. What is that, left? Cool. And then is this anything? Looks like a bowl of, like, inkwells. Let me just do it like an actual... Right, nothing to interact with. Cool. So, these sketches seem to relate to this thing. They don't feel like they tell me very much at the moment. I'm assuming my takeaway is supposed to be that, like, the top of this is above ground and it does something, but I don't know what. That doesn't have a lot of meaning for me in the short term. So what's the start point for what I'm assuming is like a pipe puzzle? This feels like this would work a lot better on not console. Rub the thing we got on the machine. I mean, I don't see a slot for, like, weird brick on this thing. I feel like that's a later thing. I think my immediate thing is sort this out. Okay, so it will light up if I connect light source to it. So I think... Good grief. This kind of looks like that house puzzle at the end of Seventh Guest. But, like, that is, like, notoriously unintuitive. I might be overstating it. It's very unintuitive to look at. So I need to get the light beams coming off the top and going into this sucker. It seems most likely that I will need to boop it up into there. So I feel like... Huh. What's it look like on the side? It's over. Alright, give me a second. And then it would go up. Which wouldn't match with this. So that's not a good... That's an unbueno. So if we slot this over such that this connects, then this would go up to here, which would go up to this, which... Do I have, like, a cool... Is there a straight down anywhere on this? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming this layer has no straight up and down. I think I'm correct about this. Okay. So... That tracks a bit. Oh, well, that's disconcerting because that looks solved to me and nothing happened. Oh, hang on. Oh, well, yeah, should have anticipated that there was some obtuse, not visible component. What? 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 Did I get that because I solved it? Or... Oh, man. Well, I can't put it back in. It's genuinely unclear to me whether I solved that puzzle. Quern. So the immediate problem I have is whether or not I solved that puzzle, I gained whatever this is, and I don't know what to do with it. Alright, give me a second. I don't think I've done anything that would change anything here. There's clearly like a secret round door in the back, and there's like another thing that looked a little conspicuous. Like, this feels like this could be something, but I'm not sure that it is. The round bit is like clearly a door for later. Solved step 1 is a plausible interpretation. Hang on. So, yeah. We received the shape that looks like the shape being displayed in it. Now, I don't seem to be able to put this away, but I also am not able to put the thing I got back in it, so it doesn't feel like it's... It feels like I would need to change something about the puzzle in order to do another stage of it, because it doesn't look like it reset itself automatically, like has frequently been the case in Quern. Oh, hang on a second. I can't move it anymore, so it is solved. I'm gonna presume this solved because the controls do not function as they did a moment ago. That does, however, leave me up $creek with paddle. Still can't interact with anything here. It's saying I can interact with this bit, but for the time being, I can't. And it's also not saying this is interactable. So unless I reset this through some external means, I feel like I'm done in this room. For now. This may reset and I'll have to do it later, but I don't have the means to know how to do that right now. Well, that's... like, not good is what that is. Give me this. That doesn't really change anything, huh? Oh, you know what? We haven't done a pass for hidden messages. Let's do that next. My least favorite thing in this game. Probably not actually my least favorite thing, but it ranks pretty low. I don't mind hidden messages, but I do kind of feel like you can't have like a quasi-open world thing and not like prompt the player in some way to like use the mechanic to find a not obvious message. I know in some way it sounds like that defeats the purpose of a hidden message, but like I think it's just kind of preposterous to assume that the player will just know where you want them to find a hidden message. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, not like finding a lot of new information. Not like hugely shocking to me. I tried this, but it didn't do anything as far as I could tell. Yeah, that's sort of my feeling too, anime. Like again, I know on some level it sounds like it defeats the purpose of the hidden message, but like I feel like there should be an indicator that you should be looking for a message. Like otherwise, like you're just actually making the assumption that the player will search everywhere in the world for a hidden message, and I don't think that's a reasonable expectation to put on the player. Dude, I don't know. Well, on the bright side, I know that it's not figure out how to put juice in the dispenser, because I can't get to there. I mean, it's saying I can interact with this. Strictly speaking, I'm not sure that's true. Could interact with this. It doesn't seem like it does anything right now. Like, honestly, as much as I've struggled with some of the puzzles in Quern, I really think that I have struggled considerably more with things that aren't puzzles in Quern. Like, I think in my experience with Quern suggests that is this something? Again, the hitbox thing is considerably less helpful when it gives a lot of false positives. Correct. Drugs are not the answer. That is one thing we've ruled out because the dispenser is not available to us. But, like, I think one of the things that most consistently frustrates me about this game is just that, like, it's one thing to get stuck on a puzzle, but I think I've gotten a lot more stuck on not puzzle. And, like, that just feels like that defies the purpose of the puzzle game. And my inclination is that getting stuck on thing that isn't puzzle means that, at least at the frequency it happens to me, it's certainly possible for me, the player, to simply, like, miss something that the game provides. But it's happened to me enough that I'm inclined to think that there's some amount of, like, user experience, like, failure to communicate thing that you want to have happen. I'm so dumb. I know I just tried to, like, blame not me for whatever thing I'm stuck on, but, like, I just feel very dumb. Can we inspect the new items we got? That's a great question. This has some widgety magnet stuff. This one also does. I don't think you can combine inventory items at all in this game. I don't think we have done that at any point. It is possible to look at an item and realize it has, like, a thing you can interact with. Normally you're able to highlight that using triggers on the PlayStation controller, or just press X to perform the task, and that doesn't appear to be happening in either of these cases. I don't seem to have places to put my green or red crystals that, like, require specific things to be put down. I have a torch holder, but, like, putting my white power source crystal in it. Oh, duh. This one's a little on me. Not entirely, but a little. Put the square in. And then, like, that would be easier to read if that was at, like, eye level. Or if it had, like, its own light source. Like, I get we're in a cave, but, like, again, if I can't see the elements of the puzzle, it makes it a lot harder to do the puzzle. Okay. Interesting that we would immediately go above ground, which is kind of implied here. Probably this one, right? Oh, nope, going more down. I thought we were going up to reset the device and do another puzzle there. Seeing is overrated. I'll be honest, I never ended up actually finishing Portal 2. I was, like, using it on my YouTube channel as a thing to do when I was, like, struggling to do other things. And so I can't comment on the game in full, but one thing I found very frustrating in that game routinely was that I, like, couldn't see puzzle elements, and it's actually very similar to Quern. It was that I couldn't see elements that weren't strict, like, the puzzles of the game, which were, like, physics and portals and things, but, like, I would just, like, kind of get, like, stuck between puzzles, like, navigating weird set pieces because I didn't have a light source and couldn't see where I was going, and I got really annoyed about it consistently. Like, generally, I think, like, and this also sort of harkens back to the music puzzle in this game, which I had other reasons to dislike on a personal level, but, like, genuinely, I think was annoying in that, like, it had this, like, false positive pot thing that, like, made the puzzle, like, annoying in a way that, like, it didn't have to be annoying. But, like, I am not a fan of a puzzle where part of the puzzle is like not knowing whether you're doing the puzzle or like I basically solved the differential of notes in the music puzzle before, but couldn't possibly solve it because there was a whole pot that I didn't know was there. Basically, like, to me, the puzzle is usually most fun when you know you have all the pieces. You don't even need to be given all the pieces at once, but, like, if you know whether or not you have all the pieces, to me, that's important because, like, if I know I don't have the pieces, then I can either go look for them or know that I will find them later and focus my attention elsewhere. If I don't know that, then I have to, like, guess a lot. Okay, so this seems to have some pattern similar to the thing I just got from the pipes puzzle. Doesn't, like, kind of immediately look like it would fit on this at scale, but I could try it. Alright, kind of just had the impression that the thing in my inventory was bigger than that, but this is why we rub things on other things. Let's take a second and appreciate the environment, because people put work in this. And it's really easy to blaze past this looking for a new puzzle. It's pretty cool down here. Don't know what that's about. I'm not sure if it's important. But, you know, we got ourselves some, like, waterfalls. It's, like, a pretty straightforward cave, but it looks neat. I like it. Demolition recommends as a potential one-stream game, Home Safety Hotline. I know of one game that might be called that, but I can't think of the title of it. I saw, like, the Game Grumps play this game where, like, people called you and you had to consult this database of, like, household pests that start normal and become paranormal. And you had to figure out what thing they were complaining about. And if you didn't, like, bad stuff happened to you. I don't know if that game is Home Safety Hotline. Weird. Generally understand what I'm looking at. Have to move ladders in some configuration to get up. At some point I need to put one here so I can do something up there, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I have all the pieces for that right now. Oh, that is the game? Okay. Got it 100% on your first run. I think that's pretty tricky. Some of those seem like not necessarily straightforward. For whatever it's worth, they did a not great job on their first run. But again, I think that game actually looks reasonably difficult. Okay, this control mechanism's a little something. Oh no, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. So now that's gonna do nothing, right? Because I took all the rocks off it. Okay, well how about... Why is it still giving the prompt pickup? Honestly, like, even in addition to my, like, general complaint that I feel like user experience is pretty rough in this game, like, this just feels like an actual, like, oversight. Like, it's not game breaking, but, like, because of the struggle I have with the game communicating information to me, I would love for these, like, false positives to be, like, cleaned up. Just, like, the fact that it's saying I can pick something up when clearly I can't. There's nothing on this platform and pushing the button does nothing. Like, just don't give me that prompt right now. Hang on. Can I not put it back? Uh-oh. What? I don't... Oh, God. What's happening? Like, I feel like... Oh. It's probably, like, locked, right? I probably locked it or something. Right. Okay. I'm being a little stupid. So if I put... Nope. Still doesn't work. Okay. Man. Being violated by a video game. I feel like I've had that experience. Okay. Okay, not at all how I thought this would work. What? Alright, that's confusing. Okay, give me a second. Put this on here and flip the switch. Okay, and now this will recall that? Or no? How do I get that back? Oh. Okay. Okay. I think I understand what's happening. I need to put both rocks on here because that will put a little more counterweight on this system and move the ladder to here, I'm hoping. And then when I do that, I can climb up there and get a new rock. Each rock is a resource to move some ladder a little bit. But when you run out of rocks, you have to pull this lever to reset everything, which returns all the rocks to you on this tray, I think. So do this. I think that will move that where I want it to go. And then I climb this. And I got a new rock. This similar colored pedestal, not a new rock, worth noting. Okay. So... I feel like I need 2 small rocks to get in there. So is there something else I want to do? Yeah, I probably want to get up there next. Maybe that's wrong. Should probably just reset. Give. Are these the same size? It's a little hard to tell. I think this is slightly small. It'd probably be more apparent when I try to send something down there. So, like... I want, like, the biggest rock, which is the best rock. I want the best rock on the second layer, which is this guy. So I think that that rock is this one. No, that's too much rock. Return. God, I hate the blue torch. Yeah, I think we have 3 different sizes. It's not the easiest thing to discern in the inventory, which is not my favorite, but I think that is true. So that being the case, I think this is the one I want there, so that lines up there. Okay. And then I need small rock on the first one I was using. And then I just, like, move the other one. Just move the other one however far the last rock goes. It's the least convenient way to do that. Alright, and then this layer gets this guy. Flip the pig. So that just moves the other ladder out of the way so I can climb these 2 and get presumably 4th rock. My favorite Taco Bell marketing campaign. Blah. Return. It must be the case that I have to use 2 different rocks to move this ladder all the way over to there, so that I can line everything up neatly. I probably want smallest rock on top row? Maybe not. I want, like, second biggest rock? That kind of sounds good. That's small rock? Oh, I didn't collect anything, so that would be second biggest rock. So... I think this is second biggest rock. Oh, I can't do that until I collect the others. This. that should be second biggest rock. Cool. Good instinct. For this one... Second biggest round? Guess the last one was second smallest round. Logically, it seems like smallest rock and this rock would probably be like equivalent to biggest rock, which makes me think that in order for this to have like a logical solution with them not... Are they starting roughly the same distance away? No, clearly not. So yeah, I think this guy, which is linked to this switch, wants biggest and smallest rock. Biggest, smallest. Aha! Intuition. And then we put the last rock here. We mess with the audio cable that I hate. Yeah, a number on the rocks would be helpful. I agree. I don't think it's, like, necessary, but it definitely makes that puzzle a little less tedious to just, like, have a basic indicator of size on them. Ding! Audio presence is goofing me out. Okay, some sort of... This could be another teleport map? The A, B system? Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. That would make sense. Teleport pedestal thing. So, yeah. Does this do anything right now? Alright, that's B. B looks like that. So we're at A, B's over there. I gotta wonk my way over to C, but how is B relevant to me? B must serve some function, I presume. There's B. Oh, there's D and E. Anyway, says, I imagine there's a little gremlin in the pit whose sole job is to collect the rocks that are returned. It does seem a little difficult to automate that with the type of technology we're using. Like, I can imagine you doing that with, like, elegantly created simple machines, but I have to agree that I definitely imagine a little gremlin there, too. Dojan says, yeah, next phase, draw from memory the interior electronic schematic of a B-2 Spirit Bomber. You have 30 minutes. That does feel like what I expect the end boss of this game to be like. Huh. This feels like this is... Sorry, I'm messing with my godforsaken audio cable. So, like, low ambient music sometimes makes it difficult to tell if my headphones have stopped working. It feels like this is harkening back to the concepts of the book about the world chain and, like, the types of worlds and teleportation and whatever. What's the deal with this? What does that do? Alright. I mean... Alright, so there's no clear path. I wasn't sure if that would, like, send me to B and then I was supposed to work out something between the two areas. But we don't even get B to start with. That's fair. So... I mean, I guess I'm trying to get to B first? The end goal here is a little unclear, which isn't my favorite. Like, I like the concept of what we're doing here, but without, like, a clear goal, leaves you in a weird spot to begin with. Putting the crystal down locks us in. Oh. Maybe that is what that means. Fair enough. What's the deal with, like, this thing, though? I can't interact with it, and it didn't look like it did anything. So, I guess I want, like, 90 degrees down in this first thing, if I'm interpreting this correctly. So that seems fine. Then on the second one... No, hang on a second. No, that would be right either way. But on the second one, I think I would need up and to the left? Orientation makes it a little hard to know for sure. Does the, like, circular sort of compass bit have some relevance that's not immediately obvious? Then I would want down again and then straight across for B. So my interpretation is if I high-five the rock, I go to B. Okay, that does not appear to be true. I guess in theory I should be able to see it touch B if that is correct. I mean, it doesn't seem like I can try to path B and C at the same time. Which is what makes me think that only one point on the rotometer matters at a time? Maybe that's incorrect? I guess the second point... I mean, that's kind of my interpretation of how that would look. So this thing itself is 90 degrees. I guess... Oh, this might be my problem. Maybe? Turn us back the way it was? No, that's not it. Can I warp with that open? Is that like a thing that might have been wrong? Yeah, there's some variables here I'm not tracking. I don't know why I would want or need this shutter closed. I mean, I guess I could try going to C instead. Trying to get in the line. I mean, like, no, like, I mean... Trust me, I'm trying to get into this room. If that wasn't clear, I don't even know what to say to that. Sorry, I guess, but like, that's definitely what I'm trying to do. The problem is that, like, we don't really see the moving parts. I'm like trying to emulate this map based on, like, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try something a little different. I'm gonna assume that I have to, like, link all points. Thought it was just kind of like I fed into one and do the next. Because you don't get feedback on this section, so it's a little hard to tell. So that would be like 2 into down, and then up at the angle. These are just glowing regardless, right? So like the wheel doesn't glow if it's like doing good. So then that goes up and around, so then I need straight up and down, if that's possible. Is that possible? No, which is... Okay, so this is kind of where this broke down for me before. But I have a thought. It's not like a particularly good thought, but I do have a thought. Maybe if I path to C, something I find at C, I can bring back here and attach to the wheel to make it possible to go to B. So let's try that. Oh, wait a minute. I guess I have been pathing to C. I guess? So hold on. If I... First angle's right, and then I guess I could do top left, but then that only works if it's straight across. What's I'm trying to do? No, that could work. Do I have that now? Yeah, like down into up. So if I... Currently I have this left down, up angle, and then instead of going straight across this, I want top to left? No, because I need it to go down for that to be true. I would need 0.3 to siphon down so that the last point could be up and over. So instead, let's work this backwards from C. I think that's my current goal. So then I need top right. I think this is mirrored. It's hard to say for sure. God, I hate the stupid headphone cable so much. Because, yeah, then we're saying that, like, C goes to top, and then right leads to this point. So I would need the next point to be... left and up? I think that's correct. Which would siphon to here. Which, is that the correct angle, or do I need the opposite? I think that's correct. And then from there, I need bottom to right to feed to where I am now. So I think this leads me to C. Okay. Definitely feel like I'm missing something that's like may or maybe not being conveyed through some... I mean, we could... Oh, hang on. Light is hitting that crystal. Let's try with the shutter closed. Maybe... unclear to me if that prevents teleportation, but let's factor that. Alright. But... like, look. It's like... I made a path that goes to C. So why would that not work then? Like, the game is even sort of suggesting that that should work. So what isn't correct? I mean, like, to demonstrate my point, green beam going into center firing at C. If I move this a little bit, the green beam is disrupted because I have cleared a path to C. So, is my takeaway from that meant to be that C is just inaccessible? Because if so, that feels like a rude... That just generally feels kind of rude. I mean, I feel confident the path is correct to C. Which I guess means that I just can't do C now. So C leads to D and E. This isn't an alternate map for where I'm at, which for some reason I was assuming. But the problem with that is I don't have any control over the connection between C, D, and E. Like, if I change the stuff in this hallway, then I don't have a path to C. But C doesn't go anywhere. Give me this back. Can I go? Is there like another floor or something I can access C, D, and E? Are the connections between C and D and E? Not really. Pretty much a straight ladder up to here, and everything else was in service of getting up here. So why even have it so that the door, like, locks? I guess the door locks behind you so that you don't go looking for something back here? But, like, I don't understand. There's some parameter I feel like isn't being communicated to me that I don't know what to do with. I hate blue torch. I guess I could try pathing to B again, but, like... Alright, let's just try this. Pathing back from B, pipe puzzle style. So I need left and down. Left and down takes us to here. But see, that doesn't work because, no, I can do down and right works. I think down and right works. So that takes us to there. Which, as long as one of them is down and to the right, it will connect to the same point. Which it does. So, are we connected to B? Doesn't look like it. But I think that would be correct. Because the same first point would be correct, wouldn't it? Is it only possible... Oh, no. It has to be a clear pathway, I'm guessing. So, I need that to be horizontal, not... Okay. And then I have to use up and right instead of what I have now. There it is. Okay. Looks like that's touching... Ricochet Rabbit. Okay. Now, I am here. Congrats to me. Came from there. I honestly don't feel like I've learned anything new. I have a thought, though. High five. So, if I close this lens thing, does it open one on the other side? So that when I bounce through now, I can see something I couldn't see before? Not great to look at. No, you get a trophy. Cool story. Well, I got a trophy, so there's that. Oh. We're underwater, I guess. Oh. That also... Wow, this is so the dig in, like, the coolest possible way. Like, I know I've been giving this game a lot of crap. Again, much like the last segment of the game, I'm enjoying this like considerably more than the earlier parts of the game at large. This environment rules. This is very cool. I like this quite a lot. This puzzle's a little obtuse, but mostly reasonable. So, the immediate concern I have is I don't know whether I'm going to D or E. And I have to, like, break the chain to B in order to try either one of them. Is part of the puzzle figuring out that only one of them is correct, I wonder? Let's do this. Since the shutter doesn't seem to provide actual function, I might as well leave it open. I think we can at least test it. Can we take the stone in B? I don't believe so, but we can double check. I think the only movable one is the one we brought with us. I think the only interaction I have is like touch the rock, which is pretty unpleasant to look at. So I'm not deliberately trying to do that over and over. But I think the way this works is I go to B, I path C to wherever I'm going, then I have to go back to A and path to C. Although, I guess, strictly speaking, I don't ever have to go back to B, maybe? Is that true? That might be true. Which one do I want to go to, though? I mean, I probably want... What is the deal with this? Like, what this looks like... Like, I think these are... Would love a light source. So this top one is E, I think? Top one looks like E. Bottom one unlabeled. Assuming D. Here's the thing, though. Why does E have, like, a rope in front of it? And this thing has, like, a gong in front of it. This kind of reminds me of, like, some of the more ambitious, like, mini-golf courses I've seen, where there's, like, mystery holes and, like, multiple outlets and you're not sure where they're gonna end up. But, I mean, it looks like D is blocked, but E doesn't go where I want it to go. I mean, I guess I'll try pathing to D, but I'm a little confused, to be honest. So what is the pattern of this thing? It is a straight line. So from D, no straight line ever connects you to anything. Interesting. So I guess we'll have the ham hocks. We'll go to E. So that means that we want top left to bottom right. And then down, and then I need bottom left to right? Or bottom left to bottom right. Whichever one of those is possible. What is this? What is this? Oh, wait, what is this? Wait. Oh. That, as confusing as that is, that does make more sense. Yeah, I mean, it is sort of marked in a way that suggests D is blocked, but the thing is, like, what does E do? Because E is, like, arguably similarly blocked. It kind of feels like neither of these should do anything, which makes it feel like there's no point in trying to solve the puzzle, but we'll prevail and do it anyway. I just feel like The game could convey a sense of purpose to me, but it chooses not to. The music is cool since I can actually hear it and my headphones are functioning for the span of like 60 seconds. So... which one do I want then? If I can do either. Like, D is the end result, so it feels like E should be the thing I'm targeting first, even though, again, it doesn't actually look like it does anything. So I guess we'll do that. So this means I want... I think this is what I started with, right? I want a straight line from top left to bottom right. Yeah. And then... the next one I don't want a straight line, so I want whatever the second configuration is. So that should be bottom left, bottom right, I believe. Bing bong. And then I need either like straight line or like bottom left to right. Straight line will do. Straight line is bottom left, top right. Cool, it's already that. And then the last one, I would need to be top to right. If that works. I think that works. Great. So now I have to go back and break the chain to B. And then reconfigure for C. So C, I need top to right. And then I need second component. That one's straight line? No, that one is also right angle. So that needs to be left to top. It's probably kind of all bad. Alright. So that goes up to there, and then I need angle of top left to bottom right. Left to bottom right. And then I think this is... so that goes down, so I need bottom to right. So if I look through here, cool, the link is established. And this goes to E, which should directly intersect a rope. Doesn't like the rope. I don't know what to tell you, it doesn't like the rope. This is tedium for tedium. I mean, I don't mind the concept of having to, like, readjust the thing I started with. What I don't like about this is, again, the lack of clear purpose in the second part. Because if I know exactly what my goal is in the second part, and I can just set that up in one go and then come back and fix this once, that doesn't bother me. The situation we're in now does bother me a little bit, where I now have to re-solve the first part of the puzzle to figure out what I'm doing at the second part of the puzzle again, because the game hasn't, like, directly conveyed its exact purpose. That I do not like. I think that's right. Or maybe not. No, I need bottom to left. Like, this is a thing that's even, like, pretty challenging to take notes on without actually, like, drawing pen and paper. So then I need bottom to right. I believe bottom to right. This is a right angle. Or oh, that's a great point. If you could just open the gate to the second room so that you don't have to like teleport back and forth, that would be cool. Did I miss a button for that? I can't say I put that entirely past myself. So to right, and then straight across. And then like does that connect? Okay, that connects. Bing! Really don't like that. Is there... Okay, phew. There's not a button. Now, my life would be better if there's a button, but I don't look as stupid when there's not a button. I mean, the only other realistic thing I can try to do is link to D, right? And on some level, like, I know that's what I should do, but at the same time, like, it just, like, looks like it runs into a gong, so it doesn't... I don't know what to do about that. Like, that also shouldn't technically be a solution. So, like, I don't know what to do about that. But, again, feels like the only thing to do. So, I need, I believe, right angle of left to top. Left to top. Then I need... probably straight line, if that's an option. Should be. Cool. So that's up, and then I need right angle of top to right. And then straight line? This seems plausible. God damn it. I should go most of this time without a control issue. Okay. Yeah. And... left to top. I think that's right. Left to top. And then straight line, and then top left. I mean, I think that leads us to this, which looks like it's blocked. Now, it could ultimately be the case that that's like a lens that helps us travel farther, but you know what I don't feel like has been communicated to me, the player? That thing I just suggested. Alright, let's route C again. God, really, the more I do that, the less I like it. And I didn't like it to start with. Alright, so top to right? Then left to up. And then, yeah, that should be right. God. Cool. And then, I believe it is top left to bottom right? Yeah. And then down to right. So that is... Okay, so we have the chain to C, and the chain links from C to the blocked thing. Close your eyes. That's... Okay, now I'm friggin' mad. Now I'm officially mad about the puzzle. Because it is my feeling that as the player, I've taken every reasonable course for solving the puzzle now. And now I feel like the only possible way that I haven't solved the puzzle with the iterations I've done is for the game to have withheld important information from me. I don't understand. Like, I literally feel like I need the game to give me more information to, like, know what to do now. I mean, I get that I don't see the light going into the thing, but that's why we routed to D. But you know what D does? Nothing. Or, sorry, we started with E. I just genuinely don't understand. And I guess I have to go to B now. But, like, I'm really tired of, like, changing between B and C. Like, at this point, I'm officially just, like, fed up with that garbage. Left and down. This is so Quern, by the way, in my estimation. Of just, like, totally reasonable puzzle that is made frustrating by, like, the lack of information conveyed to me. Like, if at either of the times that I routed from C to an endpoint, I solved the puzzle, either one, perfectly happy in this moment. Now I'm mad. So that is left to bottom. Then I need bottom right. No. And then straight line, and then top right. All right, back to B. Eventually I'll memorize this and want to die. So, like, here's a question. Can I? Again, false positive is fairly annoying and consistently annoying in this game. It says use, and I'm like, oh, is the thing that once I have it routed from, like, C to D, I have to, like, pull the thing so that it, like, shuts the shutters, but, like, raises the gong so I can shoot a beam through there, but, like, nah, it, like, says I can do something here, but I can't. I'm missing, like, some other interact point? It doesn't seem like it. Is there some way to, like, remove the gong cover? There's just, like, literally nothing to interact with in this room at all, right? That's pretty wild. Like, I get it, but also it's kind of wild. I literally don't understand. I literally don't understand. You think they were going for a Riven vibe? Absolutely. I mean, this game, so aesthetically, this game is very clearly inspired by the Myst series, which includes Riven. Riven is essentially Myst 2. But I do think specifically it is... I feel like it's trying for more of a Riven vibe because of the intended open world feel, particularly of that first area that we spent most of the game in thus far. But, like, to be honest, Riven is not my favorite Myst game, even though it's most people's favorite Myst game, because the open world I found to be kind of a hindrance for the way that Myst was designed. And I don't think it applies as harshly here as it does in Riven, to be honest with you. I think Quern has its own set of issues that it sort of generated for itself. Demolition, can you, without directly telling me whatever the heck is going on, can you get a sense of what, like, can you, for your own edification, figure out what the deal is with the gong? And if there's a reasonable way I should know what to do with it? Because, like, I think I might legitimately be hard stuck right now. I'm not committing to you just telling me what to do quite yet, but, like, I think I might be stuck. Because, like, again, I feel like I've found all reasonable permutations of this puzzle and solved for them and gotten no result, and I don't know what to do with that. I can tell you what's going on. Stuff's messed up. Sounds correct. Like, it just, like, doesn't even feel like it's one of those things where, like, the game expects me to, like, rotate something and I don't notice it, and as a result, like, I miss something obvious. It's a reference to the classic game/variety show, The Gong Show. Were that true, every time I failed the puzzle, I would expect to hear a gong and be thrown out of Quern in its entirety. That's my understanding of The Gong Show. To be honest, I'm not sure I've ever seen a full episode. I've definitely seen some clips. Isn't there some infamous Gong Show clip about, like, women eating popsicles? And then people slowly realizing that this probably isn't something we should put on TV during that era? The only thing I could think of is close the shutter for the gate. Well, the problem with that is... You mean... close this... Yeah, I guess that could work. The thing I had most recently been thinking is, like, close this shutter, which doesn't appear to be viable. But maybe it goes back to that first idea that we had of, like, close that first shutter to proceed. Now, again, like, well, here's the problem with that, actually. None of these look like they're moving parts. So, it doesn't look like this would move anything out of place by mechanism. Because she gets weird looks from old men eating ice lollies in public, so that sounds about right. Yeah, to be clear, that's a men problem. That's not a you problem, but same principle. Saw a glowing arrow. No, see, don't be tricked by that, anime. The glowing arrow is like it's like a trophy thing. It's like an achievement. We've encountered them before, and we got an achievement for finding the glowing arrow. That symbol means, like, you found a trophy, basically, is what it means. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not also a solution, but that's sort of what made me stop thinking of it as a possible solution. Give me your vaguest hint, Demolition. Not your strongest potion, but your vaguest hint. And that hint might literally be... give that a shot. Which I guess, if was true, would be a solution to the puzzle. I feel like that's pretty binary at that point. Green is not a flattering color down here. That's so interesting. What a vague hint. What a delightfully vague hint. Green is not a flat... I'll tell you this. We all know, you and I both know, that green is not a creative color. Of course, you only know that if you also have watched Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. What does that mean, though? Green is not a flattering color. Huh. Does that actually give me any information? Favorite color? Favorite color is green. But we know it's not a creative color. Point a torch at the gong. Huh. I mean, if the gong had, like, a visible, like, slot to put red torch on, like, that feels like a reasonable thing. I guess we could also just rub blue torch on everything and see if it will tell me a secret. Which, again, I can't tell you how much I hate the implementation of this mechanic in this game, because you just never know when to use it, so at certain points you just go around rubbing blue light on stuff to see if you learn anything. It's a pretty reasonable idea. I'm not sure it leads us anywhere. I mean, is there another place to put red torch? The problem with that concept feels like green beam is the only one we've ever seen make a teleport path, and it feels like it's always been clear that, like, there needs to be, like, an uninterrupted green beam. Is there a creative color? Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared never stipulated any colors that are creative. But green is specified as not a creative color. I had a coworker at my old job get mad at me because I showed her Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, and she's like, that line of the song that says green is not a creative color has been stuck in my head for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, I don't know how to respond to that. What I think is the most creative color? Good question. I started seeing these like weird online ads for a line of perfumes that had these like really cool looking potion bottles that all had really strong coloration to them. Maybe one of those. There is a green one. That one's probably not it, for the reasons stipulated above. God, I hate this so much. Blech. Now that we've opened that outer door, are we allowed to go back with that thing, the shutter closed? Does that do something for me? No, it's just this. That appears to be all that does. Oh no, wait, I'm looking in the wrong direction. I haven't actually checked the direction I would need to go. Has done that anything? No, I mean it doesn't. It just doesn't do anything. So it doesn't seem like it makes any difference to route any particular beam to C or D. Okay. This does not feel like a puzzle where having like a whole distractor path is valuable. Because like literally as far as I can tell, these are C and D. There's genuinely a possibility that's not true, but if so, I don't know what to do with that information. The game doesn't provide anything that makes that a meaningful conclusion. But like all that seems to do is like generate some like false things to do in a puzzle that's already kind of tedious at its like baseline. Second hint, Chekhov's second hole. You definitely couldn't put that on the Gong Show. That one's like clearly a violation of 1960s broadcast standard terms of service. But so like that more or less validates the thing I was just saying, and regrettably, my takeaway from that is I don't know what to do with that information. I don't actually remember getting my white torch back, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that in my inventory now that I'm paying attention to it. But like, cause the problem with that is I already have routed to both D and E. So, like, I still would need some additional information or breakthrough for either of those paths to be valuable. Because I've tried both, and neither one successfully did anything. I really like this place because it feels like what it would be like to walk around in a certain part of the dig. The first step you should take with that information is track down a pair of latex gloves. Good call. Do you think that's at D or E? I mean, some part of me... I'm gonna do it again. Wait. What would that do though? That would just like burn a hole. Oh, it would somehow burn a hole in the metal gong? What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I assume that's a thing to... The developers of this game have the weirdest concepts of what to do with fire, man. Okay, but the immediate problem is I don't actually remember what I routed this to. So give me red back, put green back in, high five the sky. Burn the rope! The rope is flammable! That's a duh. That one's a duh on me. So that one's E. I don't think I'm routed for E, am I? Right and up. Right and up. We sure aren't. Awesome. Back to it. Top left, bottom right. Okay. Then bottom angles. Then straight line, bottom left to top right. And then top to right. The game has successfully generated tedium. High five the sky! How many times have we used red crystal to burn stuff? 2? We like cooked stuff twice, but this is the second time it's been used to burn, I think. The other one was also reasonably obtuse, in my opinion. That may not be a popular opinion. All right, I have to route this to C. Did you see the gears grinding in my head when I did that? All right, top to right. Really curious what anyone's reaction to me just staring blankly at, like, I can't process what I've done here. Top to right, and then straight across? Is this the straight across? No. Top to right. Yeah, top to right, and then left to up, and then angle. Jaunty angle, and then rotate this to bottom. Wait, what? Wait, what? Did I do? Isn't that, it's bottom right to bottom, then bottom right to top left, then oh, did I do this one wrong? Top to left, and then right to top. Top to left? Yes, that's what I did wrong. Top to left. Think? Yes. Okay, a noise. Now we have to redo every single puzzle in this chamber. Okay, so again, I'll grant you that, like, I could have I don't know. I don't think that this game has set up enough uses for the fire crystal for me to think of it readily as a thing to be doing, especially when like I'm in a whole like teleport chamber. Like I wish that I could go into that last room and have a sense of what I'm supposed to do there. And I get how you could, but like I just don't think that the game like sets up enough that like it wants you to do stuff like that. It just, I don't know. A lot of these it's just like another one of the puzzles in the trend that this game sets, where it feels like I complete the puzzle and I don't feel like, clever. I feel like, you son of a such and such rascal. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Like, if you reach B and can open the gate between the two so that you don't have to like keep resetting the toggle between B and C, even that would be a pretty big upgrade, where like, yeah, you have to reset the puzzle like a few different times, but like you're still working on one continuous path instead of two separated paths that you have to like control like continuously. Like, it's just, it is designed in a way that like maximizes tedium and, in my opinion, still kind of underrepresents your final goal. So now, like, the issue here is like, now even if you do this all in one shot, even if you go to that room and you know exactly what to do, you have to solve A to B, open the shutter, go to where D and E are, evaluate what the game wants you to do, return from B to A. No, sorry. You don't do that yet. You evaluate D and E, you go to this center chamber, you route to E, you return from B to A, route A to C, burn the rope, route A to B, go to the end chamber, adjust C to D, then return from B to A, and then adjust A to C, and then finally you're done. Like, that's so many steps of something that's fairly tedious. I mean, so like, here's my problem, and I'll grant you this is kind of a personal problem. It's like, you can see that the line is blocked. It is also true that the lens at D is not actually labeled as D, which I had clocked as a potential misdirection, that D may function as something else. But given what we've seen now, D is probably D. But like, there's it's just tough for me to say that like the obvious solution is that I should think to burn the rope, when this is the same game that provided me a juicer and then called me insane when I needed to create juice for a potion to like solve a puzzle and to not use that juicer. It's like, how could you possibly think you wanted to get juice out of the juicer, Vasco? Are you idiot? And I'm like, first off, grammatically that sentence is awkward at best. But like, it's just like, the game isn't entirely consistent with the way it wants you to like laterally think about stuff. Oftentimes a puzzle game has its own language, because the developer like wants you to learn as you progress, to think in a certain way that they've thought things through to get through puzzles. But this game has been kind of inconsistent about it, which has led me to over and underthink things, and has led to some stupid stuff vis-a-vis this dumb tunnel of hate. I may never see this thing again, which is also awkward. So first I have to route back to D, which means I have to route back to B. This is so stupid. This is really dumb. Like, this is a prime example of... So, like, we haven't actually encountered this much recently in Quern, but, like, another thing that I don't like about the subtextual language of Quern is that Quern never accepts that a puzzle is solved. Like, I've solved the puzzle of how to link A and B and A and C and all this stuff. But it wants me to go through all of the steps rather than create a shorthand, like the suggested middle gate opens to at least create a shortcut. Which, again, that would honestly solve this problem in its entirety, because if you could open this gate, then you no longer have to route to B ever again. Then you could just focus on the second part and route A back to C one time. Then you would only have to solve A and C one time and then do all the D and E garbage a couple times maybe. But like, it would go a long way towards making this less stupid. The more I think about it, the more true it is. So this is like down and right? No, this is... Yeah, I have to route to B so that I can change the other one. So I need left and down, right, and then down and right, and then the rest I believe I've set correctly already. Okay, and then just verifying that this burned through after wasting my time. I mean, I mentioned Portal earlier, and I've beaten most of Portal 1. Admittedly, Portal 1, his final level did crash an entire one of my computers almost irrevocably, so I haven't technically finished Portal 1. But, like, I think Portal's, like, kind of a good example of what's lacking from the framework of this tunnel as well. Like, I know they want you to think critically to, like, get the idea to, like, fire the red beam through the thing, but, like, there's already so many steps to the puzzle. It would be super swell if you just get that sense of purpose immediately and can work back from it. And, like, as ham-fisted as it is, like, when Portal had rough edges like that, it had, like, GLaDOS to, like, give you a line of voiceover to, like, nudge you in the right direction. I'm not saying I necessarily want Sharon Mann to play Navi the fairy from Ocarina of Time, but, like, if they're gonna make it so time-consuming to even, like, try this stuff, we could afford to spend some time smoothing the edges, don't you think? Okay, so perpendicular, not perpendicular. Yeah, perpendicular. Left and up. All of this ranting is to say that, like, fundamentally, there's a very reasonable puzzle here, and I think we have two elements at fault here. One, the less egregious, is just the slightly obtuse nature of what we're asking for here. I do think I bear some fault in not tracking that sooner, but, like, again, the red crystal thing is a bit of a leap for me. But, like, this touches more on an issue we've had more strongly in other parts of the game, where just, like, the puzzle is set up in such a way that, like, you just have to keep manipulating parts instead of, like, being rewarded for solving the puzzle. So I need straight line. And, like, that's the thing I have consistently not liked. I talked a little about that earlier already. Then I need top and right, and then straight line again, I think. Straight line, top, right, straight line, top and left. Okay. Blech. The Erp Tunnel of Barf. God, it took longer than I expected it to. And now I have to solve for C again, which is just rude, dude. So I need top and right. I know this one. I know this one. No, top and right. That's what I said. Is that true? Unclear. Should be right, though. And then I just need left and up. It's like the worst way to do that. Please actually go down. Cool. And can I see the other one in the distance? I can't. Okay, great. Okay, I hate you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I do not care for that animation. It, like, literally, like, harkens like a low-grade headache every time it happens. I don't know if you've noticed me gradually, like, closing my eyes and averting my gaze and still kind of being upset about it. Cool, I earned a letter very slowly. Wonder who it's from.
Wasting time. This
Hey, shut up.
phrase has no rhyme or reason. After the centuries I've spent working, I needed a calm and quiet place.
Again, I don't recommend
I
the
originally
quiet
built
place
this
as like a
facility
destination.
to explore the depths of the ocean and to research, but eventually I spent more time resting here. This was the only place where I could hide from her.
She clearly came down here. I don't know why that's
She
true.
judges me for demolishing long-forgotten buildings on an abandoned island, while she is directly responsible for much greater destruction. And after she told me about their failure, she dared asking me to destroy Quern. Her agony is not my concern, and especially not yours. This power is not hers to give or take.
So, Quern has, like, Infinity Stone powers or something? Like, it can grant you power, and that's probably what he's gonna... Like, we'll finally find this idiot, and he'll be like, ah, thanks for coming here. I need you to help me turn a submarine key or some ridiculous thing to obtain the power of Quern. We'll rule the galaxy together. Or we'll, like, blow up Quern. I have to say, if Sharon Man's goal is for me to blow up Quern, that feels like a win-win. Coffee must be so cold now. True. Also somewhat validating that someone else was having trouble looking at the screen. Not that I was trying to inflict that on you, clearly. I see some blue powder. Is that an indicator, finally, that there's hidden something nearby? It is! Minesweeper! Or something. Oh, it's so dig down here. This is like the coolest place in the whole game, is these like underwater tunnels. Really, really like these. Ugh, there's more than one of these? Or am I stupid? No, there's two of them. Although, not mutually exclusive. May also be stupid. Oh, it's another one of these! And that will activate something in the middle chamber. But what do I do about these Minesweeper grids? Oh, I should sketch them, I guess. Wait, does sketching factors glow power, doesn't it? I think we've done that before. That's mostly legible. I think I can do slightly better. Yeah, the letter part's more self-explanatory. The last one cut off the number 8 in its entirety. Delete this one. And then... Is this a switch? Oh, it is. No, it's a tool of some kind. Something like this? Sure. So they are different. Don't really know what the meaning of them is. Give me this. I gotta say, something about whatever this is looked to me like the general form of a bust. And I was like, was that dude just like sitting, like chained up in this container waiting for me to get here? This was the place? Kind of glad that's not true, but it'd be really, really funny, I think. What is this? This looks like Myst, but like also like a torture chamber. Myst didn't have a lot of torture chambers. It did have some prisons, though. Some really scary prisons. So... is this thing, like, active now? Oh, no, it's like, this isn't a pipe puzzle. I was just assuming, because the whole apparatus looks very similar. It needs, like, a number combination, but how do I decipher this garbage into, like, a specific thing? Okay, what happens when I push the nightmare button? This feels like a very bad thing to do. This is very Riven. This is like Riven for sadists. Which really is kind of what Quern is. It's a good log line. Oh, I can actually... I'm like on the cruise. I'm in a diving suit. Kind of thought that whole thing might be a cutscene. Alas, here we are. Let's loop the pig extremely slowly. I don't know what that did. Did I want that? So there's my beam that I used to get here. Okay, what does this do? I don't know what that does. It's all fine and good to flip a bunch of switches. I might have locked myself out to death or something. I don't know. Oh, hang on. I have two glowing things, so I just gotta find all... It's a scavenger hunt. Find all the switches and then... I don't know, question marks profit? The world's weirdest sketch. Really feels like that should be IH8. Oh, hang on, there's another one. So I'm missing one marked 2? Is that correct? I appreciate the attempt at veracity to have water resistance there, but it's mildly annoying. So... wow, that sketch is a little rough. Pretty sure that first one said 1 on it, though, right? Yeah. So that's probably some manner of cipher for my Minesweeper walls. I think I see where the 2 plaque is, unless there's more than 2. And there are, because this one is labeled a 4. I don't know how many numbers were in that combination? Is it 4 or 5? There should probably be a number of plaques equal to that. Still don't have 2. Rock behind me. I mean, I got 2 from over here and 1 from behind that pipe with the lights on it. If that's what you're alluding to. I got 3 here, 1 on this thing, and then I got 4 over on that far wall. I'm missing 2 and possibly 5? Probably would be 1 near the switch. Maybe that's what you're referring to? Didn't happen to notice it. weird that I can use my entire inventory. Oh, here's 2. Another sketchy sketch. Anyone happen to notice how many inputs were on that thing? I guess I could go check. It's gonna be annoying if it's 5 and I have to come back out here. Probably the best thing to do at this point. Unless... Nope, that's just a circle. And that's also just a circle. And that's also just a circle. Just ruling out something obvious I'll be mad about later. But we'll definitely miss, don't get me wrong. For awesome! I have to admit, I wasn't expecting to find the combination on an unspecified number of circular plates underwater in a diving suit, so it hadn't occurred to me to double check that before going outside. Cool, so those are lit up. Those are the switches I flipped. And now it's glowing. Cool, this is making sense. And now we play the waiting game. Just kidding. We play Minesweeper. So I need 1 IH3. Are either of these walls labeled with some sort of prevailing identification? I do feel like there's a piece missing to make this translate into something logical. I picked up a weird doodad. What does the doodad do? Interaction points. Cannot drink bad coffee. Can go in diving suit. I feel like my weird tool doesn't do anything here. So I have to figure out some way to translate to the... So... it must be the case that one of these 2 boards is essentially Roman numeral 1, which was referenced by, like, IH3, and the other is Roman numeral 2, which is referenced by IIF1. And so I just have to figure out which one is 1 and which one is 2, and then use the coordinates to get the numbers in sequence. So we'll do this in a style similar to how we would do in the original Myst. So, pick a board. It's a spoiler without being a spoiler, don't worry about it. Oh. 1? Is that 1 in the corner? Is this not, like, an arbitrary puzzle? Because Quern will give you those. Yeah, this one's Roman numeral 2. Great. That saves me some amount of effort. So, I love how I, like, cropped out the top row, because I'm like, I'll know what the letters mean, and then, like, a really important clue is up there. That feels like Quern to me. I don't know about you, that feels like Quern to me. So digit 1 is IH3 on... or H3 on board I. So H3 is 0. A weird place to start. Then, while we're still here... this one is 4, 2, 3. So this one is 4. D9. D9 is the bottom one. So that's 5. D is 5. And that's the third... which digit is that? Shut up. That's the 4th digit. 4th digit. Now we shall go to board 2. Board 2, digit 3 is F1, which is 3. So digit 3 is 3. Fascinating. And then digit 4 on board 2 is C8. C8, which is 8. So I believe we're looking at 0835. Zero. 8. There are 5 digits for the record. So I guess you could argue that we're meant to brute force this, or I could have missed a plaque. Unclear. But I don't want to go outside, so let's brute force it. It was 3. Yep, guess and check, also known as brute force. Great, so now we got another thing for the central chamber here. This is effectively a dead end that gave us a weird tool and a way to open another path. So I think we're done here. Should have given a heads up about going back in the tunnel because I hate it here. Ugh. Give me this so I can leave. So little. I was thinking of like getting back to the main chamber and calling it a day, because extended periods of playing Quern are bad for your mental health. Not sure though. Maybe we can at least start the next section. I mean, it'd be a good breaking point here, but it's a little early. I don't know. Thoughts? It's getting warm. How warm is it? 83. I warmed up quick. It's a pretty cool day out. There's only like 63 degrees outside, and it's 83 degrees in here. If I've never specifically mentioned that in all my complaining about the ambient temperature of my apartment, I want you to appreciate that fact. Outside, it was 63 degrees today. It was overcast and, in my opinion, quite nice. In my apartment, if I don't have the air conditioner running in this room, ambient 83 degrees Fahrenheit. If I run the air conditioner, it would probably be like 79 degrees Fahrenheit, because the air conditioner in this room is suck garbage. Get out my doodad. Vasco, that's far too many degrees. That's sort of my point as well, so I do agree. Oh, good. Well, that lasted long. This is Quern. Oh, it's Sharon Man.
Jumping if I were you.
Thanks for that.
He couldn't control everything after all. I remember when this bridge
Such a
collapsed
sick burn.
not long before you came. It's a relief to see how time and nature together could outplay even him. How an unforeseen accident can ruin a life's work. I can't deny that his failure brings me joy. Unfortunately, I still need you to stay on his path.
You gonna turn into a teleport
I
crystal?
may be able to guide you through. But first, I need to show you something.
I hope it's not the weight of water. I don't like that movie.
You will not fall. Don't look down. Just follow me.
Hold on. Hold on a second.
Trust me.
I kind of thought I might fall, so I had to save and check.
No need to hurry.
Is that the movie with the fish romance?
Me.
Nah, that's The Shape of Water. We had this conversation last night. That's why I referenced it today. If you watched Harold Halibut, I was like, wait, what's the one with the fish romance? Because I watched a movie with a similar title in like 2007 or something. It was awful. Serious question, though. If she can do this, can't she just, like, do this over there where I need to go? I mean, I understand she wants to show me something, but, like, that is the solution, right?
This path leads to our sanctuary. He removed the crystals to darken these tunnels.
That sounds like Dr.
Let's have
Suckface.
some light. I suppose he wanted to hide this place from you.
Okay.
It's not far from here.
He does like to make it just inexplicably dark so you can't see puzzle elements and things like that. Are we doing Superman 64? Kind of feels like we are. Oh, there was an invisible barrier
I
for a
brought him
second.
here once too. Surprisingly, it is one of the only places he didn't ruin since then.
You
But
said
I
you
doubt he
broke all
kept
the
it
crystals.
intact simply out of respect.
Don't follow too fast.
This is the place we once called the Great Hall of the Amajat, the Shrine of the Seekers. You must look around and find some blue crystal powder to cast into the fire.
Look around you. A key! Is this a mechanism? It looks like a mechanism. Doesn't look like I can interact with it, though. What?
Have you found any blue crystal powder yet?
See if you can find a boat. No one here will get that reference. It's funny, though. I mean, here's maybe the worst. Like, my air conditioner's hot garbage, and it's like literally torture
We
to live here.
need blue crystal powder.
I do understand. I'm doing a show here, Sharon Man. Thank you. But clearly there's some puzzle to like break the crystal, so it's gonna take a minute. What was I saying? Oh, the worst part is that like not only is the air conditioner like ineffective, but it's like unbearably loud. So like I can't even use it for like mild relief. Use in what way? Oh, I think I understand. Because, like, to turn on makes, like, just a ton of horrible noise for, like, recording. So I'm, like, really trying to, like, avoid it for as long as I can. That's not how door opens. But, like, there's just, like, such, like, miserably diminishing returns for what... It just sucks so bad. The point is it sucks real bad. Okay, so it automatically sticks in place. Wasn't sure if I had to do that with the second lever, but the second lever will probably release it. So I'm going to put a bunch of crystals on this thing. Or scroll past it several times in my inventory. Oh, is it doing it automatically? Nope, wait, that's not right. I don't know why I assumed I was looking at the other side of the same thing. It's got to go under the big heavy rock. These look like dilithium crystals. What the heck would go here? Oh, I see. I put the bucket there and it'll collect the dust. That's such a Quern thing to do. Is like, it's not enough to like find the way to break the crystals to get the thing you want. Like, you fail the puzzle if you don't know ahead of time where it's gonna spout out the dust. And, like, put a bucket there, you just, like, lose. That's so Quern, you guys. I can't even. Definitely makes me think of that thing in towards the start of Baldur's Gate 3. There's that, like, underground dungeon bit. And there's, like, a big stone suspended over, like, an opening. I've seen multiple people kill characters there. So how do I, like... swoop it up or whatever. Oh, I'm sorry. Was dropping a big heavy rock on the crystals once not enough? Also a very Quern move, to be honest. It's not enough to solve the puzzle. I demand that you do the puzzle multiple times. Down. Am I missing something? Doesn't actually look like it's making progress. Why is the rope turning? An excellent question. I can't help but notice you're still not full of crystal dust, and I don't know why that is. I mean, you want me to use the bucket directly on the crap? I don't really understand the purpose of this. That's nothing. When I complain about getting stuck on things that aren't puzzled, this is pretty much it. Like, it doesn't feel like this is a puzzle. It feels like this is meant to be interactive fiction. What's in my inventory? Oh, no. Has a little L in it. Maybe it wants me to fill a little jar instead of a big old bucket. It seems like really pedantic and stupid, but like it could be. Nah, it's not it. I don't understand. Keep interacting with it. Like, just, like, literally just smash the crystal more, even though I've done it, like, 3 times, and have made no visible progress. Move the bowl, then crush, then put it back. Okay. I understand that that could do something different because there's sort of a pressure plate here, but it genuinely doesn't make sense to me to do that because the whole purpose of having a spout there would seem to be to collect the dust of the thing that you're breaking. Now, to be clear, it doesn't feel like anything's changed. But if I, like, put it back now, does that, like, weight it to form more? Are you kidding me with this? No, this is a fine thing to spoil aggressively, because, again, this has come up a lot in Quern, and I genuinely think this is very bad. And I do have a hard time being totally objective about how often this is happening, because some of this is probably me missing cues and not trying things legitimately, but, like, my feeling is that what we're doing now isn't actually a puzzle. Because, like, we're not given, like, instructions. It's like simple machines. It is a task that the game wants us to perform to advance the narrative. It's not like I'm given clues and have to figure out how the machine works. It's just I'm presented with the machine and I'm expected to know how to make it work. So, like, I'm pretty not mad about you trying to spoil, like, not a puzzle so that the game happens, just to be clear. So, like, I'm clearly still missing something. What the heck is it? Wants to rotate the cylinder while it's on the crystal. What? Wait, really? Is that what it wants? Hold on. Down. So that would entail putting the bucket down while it's down? Oh, get bent in half. What is that? I dropped a big rock on it. It's broken. What do you want? Devotion points out, from a design perspective, you have to do all this work, which makes her "have you found a blue crystal yet?" comment highly contradictory. Yeah, I mean, it feels like she's aware of
now
the stupid
use
process.
the crane up there to throw the powder into the fire.
I feel like there's, like, a better way to do this. I don't know. Call me crazy. Or harkening back to yesterday again, just call me fishmail. That's fine. I mean, literally, I could just put the powder in the fire, or I could ignore the fact that I have a juicer and make juice elsewhere. I like that she's in the other room yelling at me, even though I'm, like, taking the quickest route to... Oh, that's not okay. Oh, it's like cave paintings or something. That's fun. They're gone now.
Now,
Yeah, right, Neko?
it is
Clearly
time
the
I
devs
told
never
you
used
the
a pestle and
story of my
mortar.
people. It is time you learned the truth about this world. The Delmar was a great, noble, and prosperous civilization. They were people of peace, a thriving society of wisdom and art.
I feel like I'm in like a Disney
Everything changed.
theme park theater.
At the dawn of the Third Age, we were attacked by the Shadows.
The Fire
Over the
Nation,
years,
understood.
Our colonies have fallen one by one. The Shadows have slaughtered our settlers without mercy.
Not our settlers,
They
what will
filled
we
our
do about
hearts with
Catan?
terrible fear. In the great halls of Unnatko, the capital city of our world, the Circle of Elders have chosen 3 of our best people. Roran, the most skilled warrior.
Cool.
Theodore, the brightest of all scholars.
Theodore's a cool
and
name.
a devoted shaman, me.
And an unnamed
We were
lithomancer.
called the Amajat, the Seekers. Our goal was to find a legendary place of great power, Quernalok. We embarked on a journey to face the unknown and to find what was hidden. This quest has forged a strong friendship between the 3 of us. Over the years, we visited countless worlds. We became exhausted and shattered under the weight of the responsibility. We learned that the Shadows had reached the outer walls of Unatko. We almost lost faith, but we couldn't stop. As we kept searching, we found a world that astonished all of us. This very world. Here, we found what we needed the most. Time. Time to find a way. A way to save our people. Our worries trapped us here, knowing that our home is only safe if we stay on this island. The search was over. We knew that finding this island in our time of need was not an accident. It gave us hope, and we started to believe that this world was Quernalok.
I have questions.
Over centuries, we perfected our expertise. We, the Amajat, have become idols of strength, intellect, and discipline. But it was not enough. The infinite time we have been given made us obsessed with the overcoming urge to save our people. As we kept training and learning, pursuing power slowly became
I'm avoiding
our
making
only
a comment
passion.
right now about the
We
Eiffel
had risen
Tower.
above the boundaries of the body and mind. Eventually, we almost forgot the very principle of our mission. And then, I had a vision of our people. I saw their suffering. At that moment, I understand we had become the very power we were sent to search for. It was time for us to head home. I knew we were prepared. We were ready to face them. But the Shadows were no longer my worst fear.
Spiders.
I was afraid of what we had become. I was afraid of facing reality. We appeared at the edge of doom. Most of our great city was burning in flames. Unatko, our home, was about to fall. And then, we vanquished our enemies. There was no fight. They couldn't fight back. We cleansed our city of the Shadows. A war
So, like,
that had
genocide's
lasted
cool
years
as long as you're the
ended
one who doesn't die?
in seconds.
Just
We
kidding,
were
I
the
don't really know what the
saviors.
shadows are about.
We were celebrated like gods. And that's exactly how we felt. But we knew that the people we saved were not really our people anymore. We no longer belonged here. We felt we were more. After witnessing our power, people lost their faith in the council. We, the Amajat, have taken their place. But having fulfilled our destiny, the strong bond between the 3 of us started to fade. A new era has begun. The era of division and conflict. As our disagreements became stronger, we turned against each other. This caused the people to take sides. A war has erupted from
Yeah, like
within.
a holy war,
A war we were too proud to stop.
conflicting religions, people believing in
Chaos
different
rumbled
ones.
across the streets of Unatco. We watched our once thriving society fall apart. Our home was destroyed. All because of us. Because of what we have become. I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't bear the great emptiness I felt anymore.
Taco
I
Tuesday.
left what remained of my world for one final journey. Following the path we once walked upon, I found Quern once again. But I did not come back for its power. I came back to face the curse that made me forget who I was. I spent centuries meditating on my past mistakes, trying to find a way to make up for what I'd done. By accepting the loss of all attachments that kept me in the physical world, I managed to ascend to a new form of existence. In this
Oh, she
way,
was still a person then. That's
I will
interesting.
never lose
I kind of
myself
thought they were
again,
already energy beings or whatever at that
and
point.
I can guard this place
When they like went back.
for eternity. He didn't want you to know about our heritage. He didn't want you to see how the power of the island can ruin an entire civilization. He too wants to ignore it. But you must know the truth.
Just to be clear, I didn't come
He
here of my
cannot
own
accept the
volition.
destructive power of this knowledge that he worships above all else. No civilization could contain this kind of power, especially not a single person. It is time for you to return to his path. I will meet you back at the entrance.
Just to be clear, you're the one who had me make this detour. Okay, thanks, bye! I gotta be honest, I know that people in chat are a little bit mad about the info dump there. I actually like that story quite a lot, although I think I'm biased because it shares some heavy overtones with a story I've been working on for a long time. The big objection I have to it, which I think is explainable, is it seems bizarre to me that they were like, so we found out that our civilization was like right on the verge of ruin when we found Quern. And so we spent like hundreds of years learning how to be awesome so we could blow up the shadows. And I'm like, my impression is that the world of Quern itself doesn't experience time. It's like a weird property of here. Not that it's like outside of time itself, which I guess is what I meant to take away from that. But like, that's not the impression I got from what we had experienced thus far. Nico says, I live day by day appreciating we're no longer playing Raincode. There's DLC, you know.
Now you must continue following his guidance. I will help you get back on his path. He was the first person who found this island after we left. And you must be the last person to ever be here.
Look, everyone. The backside of water. I told you it was like being in a Disney theme park. Being told to us instead of being explored. I'm kind of with Neko on this one. Like, I think that's not an unreasonable objection, but like, it is backstory. Like, I think it would be hard for us to live through it by the nature of the story that they actually want us to be experiencing, which is the intention of the game is to largely be about puzzles and also stuff that isn't puzzles that I will get stuck doing. And so like, the framework for that is like the mad scientist guy came here and like learned that he could have endless time to do science and like figure out how to harness Quern for evil or something, and he wants our help to do it. And so she's like, let me tell you why that's a bad idea. And like, even if you were to suggest that, like, we go first-person mode and see it, like, I don't know. I don't think it would be any more immersive than what we got there. And I kind of like the style and the vibe of the, like, planetarium of cave paintings thing or whatever. The backside of water is the triple X remake of Shape of Water.
But soon, we will meet again.
That works. It's dangerous to go alone. Good luck, idiot. Oh, guys, I found the right tunnel. I was in the wrong tunnel before, you see. Why am I really apprehensive about this place? It's called the right tunnel and everything. Let's do a save after the exposition. I could have hinted at her past earlier. I mean, they're not strong, overt hints. But, like, the more recent letters we've gotten from the scientist are sort of like, she's the one who has some troubled past from, like, harnessing the power of this place. She made mistakes that I won't make. So, like, I feel like there was some setup for that. I mean, your mileage may vary if it was enough. I don't like the look of this. Do it anyway. Do I need, like, What? Oh, okay. Was that here when I started? This apparatus doesn't look like it works the way that it does, so I wasn't looking for... So, if I do... So that launches it up there so that I can go up there. Oh, God. Why did I not think that's immediately what would happen? Why even have a closed door if the only button next to it just straight up opens it? Ooh. A new crystal.
These are the lower levels of the mechanics. It was here I learned that all the attributes of the different minerals could be harnessed by dividing the energy beam of the white crystal. The shortage of crystalline materials no longer hindered my work. With this knowledge, I was even able to isolate green crystal beams, the exact same energy ray that the ancient gateways use.
Yeah, I got that.
This could suggest that there is a connection between this world and the origin of the ancient gateways.
Well, those materials could exist on other worlds. People just didn't have hundreds of years to figure it out.
Loneliness that started to consume my mind.
I learned all the attributes of the different minerals could be harnessed by dividing the energy beam of the white crystal. That sentence doesn't sound like it makes sense. He's saying that, like, you shoot energy, or you shoot light into a crystal and it prisms out, and then the light that's generated can be its own entire crystals? Like, that doesn't quite make sense to me. Demotion also suggests, I personally hold reservations. I mentioned last week, wish both of them were more gray instead of somewhat clear-cut good and evil. I mean, I think an effort was made, and I respect that. Like, giving her a past where, like, she is responsible for, like, something morally complicated, I appreciate. I do think that the circumstances make it pretty obvious that at no point did she have ill intent, and it was by, like, coincidence that, like, her and her companions, like, created a conflict. Meanwhile, the dude seems just, like, obviously evil. Like, some work could have gone into there, and you could certainly tone her situation to make it more gray, so... Because, I mean... Again, it harkens a little bit back to, in the original Myst, early on, you are presented with two figures. There are these dudes who you can only communicate with through books that you find in a library. There's like a blue book and a red book, and if you open them, like, they're in this like distorted like spatial prison, and they're like, I don't know how I got here. Bring more blue pages and I can escape. And like both of them tell you that like the other person is lying and like you should only trust them. And like I won't spoil what happens because like that's a big part of like the ending is like the resolution of that. But like a big part of the crux of the game is like there's two figures. They are equally shady. You do not know what is going on. So is there something actually to this is just a see, like I genuinely don't understand this. Like white crystal, source of strong power, sure. Run that crap through a prism, makes light, got it. Question marks, turn these into their own crystals? Like feel like there's a whole step missing there for that to seem logical to me. Woo Pink Floyd. Woo Pink Floyd indeed. This doesn't look wholesome. Really gotta light more stuff in this stupid cave. So this thing's nothing, right? This is a light source that this game is already quite short on. This is something. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow. Okay. There's a lot going on here. ABC, ABC. -3 through 2 instances of 2. Gulp. Giant contraption is giving demolition the start the reactor, help the city survive. Children yearn for the coal mines. What is that actually from? I remember that quote. I don't remember what that's from, though. The Hue Bliss Crystal. Hi, I made the Hue Bliss Crystal. Not getting a lot of useful information walking the perimeter of this sucker. There's a big vault door. That's not open. I mean, I guess I'm just flipping. God, good grief almighty. There's so many things. Frostpunk, but that's like referencing something else. At least it's not a music puzzle. True, but I have to say, we can never forget the fact that one of the only inventory items that's persisted into the underground is one of the pots from the music puzzle. Alright, I mean, you push some buttons, you pull some levers, Anyone? Invader Zim? Just me? Okay. So... It's so weird to me that, like, Roman numerals exist in this world. There's, like, so many conceits in this game for the sake of, like, having the world feel like its own whole thing. But at the end of the day, they've used Roman numerals, like, 4 times. Oh god, it's like an actual American politician quote. Is it because of the weird modern trend of removing child labor laws, which is obviously extremely sketchy and should be concerning to a larger quantity of people? Anyway, it says the prism thing follows the logic. White has all crystal properties. In their mix, it only generates a lot of energy. And use a prism to separate the light, you can get the original properties back. I follow that to some extent, but the way the letter wrote it, shortage of crystalline materials no longer hindered my work. So I guess the idea is that with like a small quantity of white crystal torches and sufficient use of prisms, you can do anything rather than needing dedicated crystals for everything. I can kind of get behind that. I mean, there's still, considering that we had to make our own white crystal torch and it was a tremendous pain in the butt with many steps, like, not sure that entirely tracks, but we'll go with it. What? What? I sort of get this. Sort of. This is like the thing around the gear house. But like I can't, nothing, these don't rotate or nothing. I need like something to activate these like not buttons. Do I have a thing for that? This doesn't seem like the only thing that looks plausible is it. Is this thing a button or a light? It's a light. A moves down and over to C. Oh, that doesn't reset everything. That's this left panel. Okay. So, what? Oh. Was that visible before? Did something change? Oh, Lord. I don't think that was visible before, but I'm not certain. I sort of get what's going on here, but we're definitely light on context for all these, like, panels and buttons and switches. And, like, they don't necessarily have a lot of, like, immediate feedback. Alright, hit the go button. Yeah, I don't know what that did. So, what if we, like, B to C? Is that how this works? What? Okay, can we talk for a second about what the heck just happened? This is right outside a good save point. Like, I definitely wasn't planning on going any further than solving this puzzle. I was debating whether or not that was the correct thing to do. But, like, I don't know what about A, B, and C was meant to lead me to believe that if I moved something from B to C, all this would happen. What's with these stairs? They're so janky. Okay. So I'm trying to... Oh, Lord. Trying to summon a big old staircase or something? There's, like, boards on the other side of this thing? There's not a lot of information being conveyed. I mean, this looked like it changed. Wait, what? It's a light and not a button. Okay, move A. Move. Pardon? Okay. Move white to B? Is that how this works? Oh, okay. Now I do understand this. Did not before, to be honest. Definitely did not before. Don't think I misled you on that, but just being clear. This makes more sense to me than it did a minute ago. Alright, well, found some stairs. Brought this whole room down from above, which you could argue is cool, but whatever. So that started over here. I moved that out of the way so I could have these stairs be here. So this is, yeah, this is literally straight under the gear house, which is why there's like gear house exterior adjacent controls over there. I got whatever that is. Hold on. It's just a widget of sorts. Now that did something. The game seems to think I know what. It is mistaken in that understanding. So now that I flipped that switch on, did that power something that lets the negative number generator something? So middle console merely tracks which of these two things is in which of the three possible locations. Interesting to note that I could move C to A. Could also arguably... No, I can't move C to B. I don't think that's how that works. What happens if I did move C to A? God, can I just say from, like, this is so, like, classic Quern right here. Gotta have a weird spiral staircase at an angle, so I gotta, like, go around and up. Could the entrance to the stairs be, like, directly from this stupid platform I have to, like, control everything from? Is it necessary to add, like, another, like, 2.5 seconds to every trip up here? There are definitely times when it feels like this game was not play-tested by a human being who values their time. Which may literally be true for all I know. I don't know. Oh, cool. It's another one of those things that'll give me a doodad to plug into the thing. Except, I don't think it can hold another doodad. Never heard of a railing? Yeah, this guy is enemy to OSHA. The music is pretty good. That's true. This is a valid, worthwhile observation. Yeah, don't feel like I actually learned anything useful from that. I mean, I learned that there's this over there. I gotta find some way to, like, open up the orange one, I think? And then... Well, it's not really possible to stack them, is it? I don't know. I don't get this panel at all. Okay, so I think what I would like to do is move white to C? Can't do that in one move, huh, video game? And then bring orange back to B in the hopes that whatever switch I flipped has allowed something to function that wasn't available at the start. So yeah, this is online. It doesn't, like, do anything. It won't accomplish anything. It won't do anything. Sorry, I'm Boston lowing. I apologize. This is definitely the most mystifying part of the contraption at this point. I don't immediately understand what the numbers are doing. Or how, like, it corresponds to these, like, 4 things that aren't buttons. Or how, like, I can move between these 4 points that don't mean anything to me. And I can start and I can reset and I don't have another function. Like, it feels like I should be able to do... It feels like I should be able to do something in order to necessitate a reset in the first place. Which, as far as I can tell, I can't, which is confusing. What if I move white to A? Does that change the way this other panel interacts at all? It doesn't look like it. So what did that switch do? Like, what actually did it do? Is the interior of the thing changing when you move the slider? It's pretty hard to tell. I mean... doesn't seem like it? Like, again, it doesn't feel like I'm actually able to start anything that would require a reset. Maybe the correct numbers are written inconspicuously on the side of a rock wall. But I didn't pick up a laminated map. No, only one Traders fan in chat, and it's my mom, who I made watch Traders. No? Anyone? Yeah, I really don't get what the slider's doing, to be honest with you. The slider just seems to move this, but I don't seem to have anything that, like, moves this, which feels like I need it to do anything here. Move back to... Hold on a second. Move B to C. That disables this garbage, right? So it's only the weird locked cylinder that seems to have any interaction with left panel, I believe. Which makes sense, because I agree conceptually that it seems like the idea is I should be rotating it. It's just that none of the controls actually seem to do that. So it makes it kind of confusing. So when this locks in, yeah, that doesn't activate. But what did flipping that switch do? I can't flip it back, so it seems like it had to be correct, but it didn't actually change anything as far as I can tell. Like, what did you do? Is there something else maybe I'm missing that could matter? I mean, just empty cylinder all the way up to the gear house. There's, like, cool gear inner workings that I guess are just constantly running in the bottom of the cylinder thing. Just, like, I don't really have context for what it wants me to do because none of my controls seem to do anything. It doesn't feel like I'm doing this yet. This feels like it's a later thing. I don't really have, like, a combination or anything. Rub a thing on the weird console. Not that I can tell. I believe I tried that before. The only thing that seems like it should do anything is this, like... Well, we did get the weird gear widget. That's true. We got that from up there. What if... Okay, let's move everything... Let's move A to... I mean, it doesn't look like I would ever be able to get the gear back out of it, but you're probably right. That must be what I'm missing. So move white from B to A. Move orange from... wherever to B. Oh, what, I can't have them mash into each other? So, like, maybe... when this is down and that panel is active, then I can gear, but none of these have like interact points. Does it go in this? I do have this highlighted, yeah? And this does not have like an X or an L and an R. This, I think this is the wrong shape. Also doesn't like do anything in inventory. You don't combine inventory objects in this game. So like again, I don't feel like I'm being held so much up by the puzzle itself as like I assume I have all the puzzle pieces, but I don't know. Can we get in the red building? You mean this one? No. That I believe that's the point. I believe the point is to get in here, and I believe that is somehow meant to be accomplished through use of this panel and maybe this panel, but nothing does anything is the problem. Like there's cool numbers here, and I can like change the shape on the thing, but like it doesn't do it literally doesn't do anything. It just doesn't do anything is the problem. Is that it doesn't do anything? Like start doesn't do anything. Reset can't do anything because we haven't started anything. I mean, so orange has to be in B to do anything. What if we move white to C? Because there's like kind of like a station over there that looks like it could manipulate something. If I have both of them in exactly that position, does that somehow change the parameters of something? Shine white crystal on console, but I don't have a prism. My white crystal doesn't do anything. It just is energy. And there's no torch holder that I'm aware of. And I could try rubbing blue light on it. I feel like I actually did that. Maybe not intentionally, but I feel like I came over here with blue torch at some point. I does not see a secret message. I know I tried it over on the vault door, because I wanted to look at the buttons. Nothing here is interactable. Is anything interactable on the outside of the, like, cylinder thing? It's weird that we've, like, boarded up one side of this. The only thing to do over here is mess with the dial. But, like... Alright. Just to rule it out. This doesn't also somehow rotate all the gears over there, does it? I think I'll lose my ever-loving mind if that's true. Oh, I hate what I've done with the place. I also hate that it looks like I'm gonna have to, like, manually enter a rotary dial combination using a PlayStation controller. I get that this is a port, but that sounds horrific. Like, that's something that I feel like you adjust for the port, to be honest with you. Listen, I really don't mind being stuck on a puzzle if there's, like, a reasonable chance that I can, like, figure it out or move forward or whatever. Well, like, I feel like I haven't started this puzzle and I'm stuck. And I feel like that... It feels like that must be because there's something important that I don't know that I feel like the game has not conveyed to me. I think at best I could go back down to a dead end. I don't think there's, like, stuff to do. Can't even, like, close the door behind me or whatever. Why does this button exist? Wait. Oh my god. Is this a doorway? Aw, eat farts. Dude, my guy. You gotta light your video game. You gotta do it. There's literally a light source right here. You can't make it. Come on with this. This is not cool. Like, for God's sake already. If I can't see the puzzle, I can't do the puzzle. Just show me the puzzle. This is fart crap.
Yikes forever.
This is toilet water. Presumably, my new widget goes in here. I need 2 more widgets. Oh, did I find the ceiling? Yeah, I guess that's fair. No, it's not. It's extremely it's extremely ineffective. Yeah, I guess I just need more of those. All right. Well, the fact that I can go upstairs definitely like changes things. I don't know what that does either. I mean, it's linked to that switch over there, but like,
Did someone say birthday?
did someone have to say birthday?
Ole!
That's maybe the shortest one. It's a pretty short one. Still doesn't actually seem like I learned much there. I just got mad. So let's move orange to A. I think we need to move C back to B. And then I think we have to move orange to C. And then go upstairs and like do something up there with that button or something. I think the takeaway is that the switch activated the button, which does some... I mean, just look how dark this... I mean, it looks a little better on the capture than it does on my TV, which I don't even know what to make of that. I mean, that's pretty not good, huh? I don't know what the switch or the button do. So the button activates this claw? Or something? Is there something to be gleaned from... I don't get this crap at all, man. Like, I still have none idea how to even, like, interact with any part of the puzzle. I just know there's an upstairs now. That's all I've learned. I've been here for like a half dang hour. This is what Quern is. It's a puzzle game that like just... It's a puzzle game that asks you to defer the satisfaction of completing the puzzle by not immediately rewarding you. But it also asks you to defer the process of gathering any enjoyment from solving the puzzle by not giving you the puzzle. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I don't believe that the like copper building can be rotated now, because the only time the copper building, the only time left panel is active.
Way too long, and none of it sounds true at all.
The only time copper left panel is active is when copper building is down. This, which seems to have some correlation to like opening that building, only lights up when the copper building is at B, which is basically where we're at. But like, also these buttons, they do nothing, much like goggles.
Picture an egg.
I feel like AI Nirvana Initiative did us a disservice by not having like a voice line of someone reading Horan Instundiga to make like a sound clip out of it. mean, I just don't, like, freaking understand. The issue is that I just don't freaking understand, if you follow my reasoning. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. Hey, wait, isn't this like a torch holder? Does that do something? It's a torch holder that no longer functions. That's cool and organic and explicable. What's funny is they understand the technology to make that true, and yet they still have all these like weird false positive things that exist in the world where the game tells you can interact with stuff, like the Switch that you can't interact with anymore. I like 0%. So the correlation here is just 100% just that you move the stairs here so that you can reach this switch so you can activate the claw, which then, like, there's power for the claw so that at some point the claw can reach into the copper building to do something, I guess? Which means that it heavily suggests that the next step of this is to simply, like, bring the copper building to be and rotate it, which is all fine and good except for the fact that we've been here for like a gosh dang half hour and have learned nothing about how to do that whatsoever. Hey, Arcadius, how's it going? This is happening. I mean, certainly this is a puzzle game that hates me specifically. I do have a difficult time interpreting its feelings about other people. I want white at C. And then I want orange at B. And then we'll sit here staring at the same console forever. Well, hang on. I guess before we do that, I already looked at this basin once, but like, am I supposed to understand something new and novel from this? Feels like no. Honestly, kind of also feels like I might benefit from having a claw down here to get rid of those, like, wood panels, but, like, sure, whatever. Move orange to B. I guess before I, in complete futility, stare at that console that doesn't do anything again. I feel like I already came up here and pressed the button while this was in this position. But what if I didn't? Oh. It just... all that was to give me a widget? This game can eat farts, it turns out. It has my permission. That doesn't even, like, do anything. So, when we have all gears in place, then we can finally do the downstairs puzzle? Is that the takeaway? Is that the hokey pokey? Is that what it's all about? I don't know where, like, the last one's at. I need it, though. No, wait. If I get the last one, it's just gonna give me this, right? Oh, good. My controller battery's low. Why is that true? It shouldn't be true. Meow. Might just have to call it a night based on that. I have a second controller, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never linked it to my console. And I don't actually think I have anything handy I could use to charge this thing. I guess I have my brick somewhere. That kind of sounds awful. I'm gonna guess that, like, feel like the last gear is like some asinine place that like really shouldn't be. Like it's off to one side in that like dark stairwell or something. They really should, like, there's no reason why this needs to be like pitch black. Like you could just light the cave. You could just do it like a responsible adult. I like don't think I can like do anything until I have another gear, and I don't even have the beginning of an idea how to do that. Did I like, is there a gear like downstairs or something that I was like supposed to get? It's probably also in like pitch darkness. Like at the bottom of the like telescope thing. I mean, if there was like a pick-upable thing, it should highlight, right? Where's the handprint? Oh, God. Why would I do this to myself? I hate that my only light source is this horrible blue torch. I don't think this game is beatable, is my interpretation in this precise moment. Oh. What the crap? Oh no. If there's anything I can do with that. That kind of suggests I'm never coming back here. That feels like that's like a really lazily coded way to make sure I don't leave an inventory item I need elsewhere in the future. Well, the numbers is an extremely unhelpful hint because the only numbers I have are these, which have no meaning. I mean, how many digits are on the safe? Like, -3 doesn't feel like it could possibly mean, like, a safe combination. And even if it did, presenting it on top of that console makes that, like, insanely confusing. I think it's reasonable to say that the numbers do have meaning to me if I play with them. They might. They don't currently. What the... Just give me the breathers! Why are you like this all the time, Quern? You know what, like... I don't know, this still doesn't, like, mean anything to me. This is so obtuse. No, like, reset. Make the buttons go back to normal. No, like, what do you think reset means? Video game, what do you think reset means? I need to be clear about the fact this is not what reset means. This is not reset. This isn't reset! Plus and minus don't have meaning to me. It's probably like clockwise or counterclockwise, but like it's such an incredible pain in the butt to like figure this out manually. Like there's so many moving parts to this already. Like it's just really obnoxious to like behave in this way. This is... Just make this 2. I mean, the problem is it's gonna do all of them, right? Like, I feel like 2 of these are where I want them, and the 2 I have highlighted aren't, and I just want to move them too. Why didn't that... What? What? Wait. Hold on. No, hold on. No, hold on. Don't tell me reset first. Hey, Demolition. Not reset. This sucks such short. This is such hot piss. Like, I can't, like, I need the reset to actually reset. Like, I can't, like, work from this mental basis of, like, all the numbers remain where they are. Like, I need, like, a fresh slate. That's what reset means. You unbelievable turd. Give me a second. B to A. If I press it more, it will happen faster. Oh, eat farts! Eat them! Just clean the slate, you freaking monster! Why are you like this? Like, there's so many things that aren't cool about this. Like, the reset button covers, like, part of the interface I need to read to understand it. I can't make any individual move in isolation to try and figure out what the pattern is without moving the entire system, which is unbelievably asinine. Like, because, like, all of the clockwork moves at once, it just, like, absolutely sucks to try and, like, process what's going on with, like, everything happening at once. plus, like, each one of these seems to represent, like, multiple things moving. So this is 0, which means this should be applying no movement to the outermost 2 rings. But of course, there's, like, something else moving them. Where are they moving? The inner of the 2 moves counterclockwise 1. And the outer one, I think it moved like 4. Outer one moved 1, 2, maybe that's 3? So then that would mean, but that's moving, it moved clockwise, didn't it? No, that's still counterclockwise? Yeah, that's counterclockwise. So, but the one that moves 3 doesn't highlight the one that moved 3. That doesn't make any sense. Where do I want the points to end up? I don't know. Stop acting like I'm being stupid. Being really condescending, and it's not appreciated. I mean, I want the things to line up, but they could line up in, like, any direction. I presume I want them at, like, 0.1 or something. But, like, I can't tell what anything is because nothing's clearly labeled. Like, I want this open. But, like, what is this? Is this 1? Is this left? Is it under the reset button? Like, my assumption is that, like, 1 and 2 are where the openings are. And that I want 1 open because 2 is boarded up. Cool. But, like, I don't understand this mechanism. I understand what I'm supposed to understand about it, but it refuses to let me interpret any one part without moving the whole system. Also, I don't freaking understand it. Like, I can't even get a grasp on whether positive or negative is clockwise, because I can't, like, understand it. But, like, the place where I input -3 doesn't overlap with where I saw 3 movement. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to interpret that. This is -2. This just, like, doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. I'm gonna... One is the innermost ring. Which is not highlighted here. Is that innermost? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So that one is where I want it. A... C. Let's try... Oh my god, let's try demolition. Demolition, please. Let's try zeroing all the things out. Do I need to show you the reset button again? Whee! Look at me zero it out. Oh wait, I literally can never again zero out the machine. is literally physically impossible out of spite of engineering. Like, if I literally, like, if I could zero out the machine, I think I could comprehend this, but the fact that, like, all the parts have to move and I get no ground zero to work from is, like, just giving me a headache. Like, I should have saved and not started doing this. This was a mistake. I'm just, like, mad at myself about it. Like, this sucks and I'm annoyed. No, I can't. Demolition, are you looking at the same puzzle I'm doing? I cannot put 0 in all the points. That's what resetting is supposed to do, and it doesn't. Reset does this. I may only use 1 0. The button is blanked out now. From now on, all I can ever do is have a combination of 4 different values. Okay. Most is 1. Outermost is 4. A, B, C, and D are our number slots. A moves... These are so annoying. 1 and 2. B moves 2 and 4. C moves 1 and 3. D moves 3 and 4. Cool. Some amount of symmetry. Alright, so 4, I want to move clockwise what appears to be 2. I don't know how many counterclockwise that is, because I can't implement in a rational way that doesn't make me want to commit murder. 3 wants to move what looks like... No, wait, that's counterclockwise. Oh. 3 wants to move clockwise, 2. Which one is 1 and 2? 1 wants neutral. And 2 wants... like 5 or something? Like a bunch? I don't know. I can't tell, because you won't let me just move anything 1. So I want the composite of A and B to be like a total of 2, 3. It looks like 5. I have no idea. So there's no positive combination of 2, so like I have to move that negative. So then I need A and B to be -2 and -3. So for the sake of argument, A is -2 and B is -3. That would mean that 4 is moving -3. So the other 4 would need to be +1. I think. I don't know. None of this makes sense. And then that's +1 for 3. So I think C needs to be another 1? In theory? Because then that's 2 +1 movements for 3. I think that would be correct. That would be a net -1 for 1, which would not be correct. So then, well, let's just see what this, let's see what this actually does. For God's sake, I hate, this input system is such dog trash. I hate this. It's so freaking annoying. Do you know why there's no 3? It's so there's one deterministic solution. They just want one correct solution. If there was a 3, you could take it either direction. But they want there to be one correct solution. I understand puzzles. I know it doesn't look like it. I promise that I do. I think it's 2. -2. -3. 0 feels like, oh, I only have 1, huh? Well, I can't even test this thing that I'm looking at then. Awesome. Awesome. I guess in that case, we'll switch these and work from that. So the command at A would be -3. It's just so annoying that I just can't input what I want or blank this out. It makes this so much worse than it has to be. This could be a reasonable puzzle, but I hate it so much. So I believe that has to be that way, based on the information I've looked at so far. So that means that point 1 moves -3, which is immediately impossible. Isn't it? Isn't that immediately impossible? Oh, I hate this. D3 and 4. Let me just... Okay, hold on. Let me try something. So I'm trying to gauge where 2 goes. So 2 is... the outermost of these 2. Where does it go? What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand that at all. Oh, no, hold on. It's probably... it's the other one moving... C. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. This is so annoying. I just wish I could check one thing at a time. Even just to get started. Eat farts. I wasn't even looking at the right thing. Reset it immediately. 1 and 2. Outer ring. Outer ring's the big one. Where is it going? What? God, every time I press that button, I just die. Like, I don't understand at all. How did I line everything up to the wrong side? How is it all facing left? I guess that at least is a data point that this is left. So like 90 degrees from that would be, yeah, the door. Okay, so 1 seems to be correct at least. And by 1, I mean Roman numeral 1 is where I'm expecting the door to be. This sucks so much. It just sucks so much. It sucks so much. So let me try to process this again. So I should be controlling for where 2 is going. So 2 is starting at the top, and it's going 1, 2, 3, like just like 1,000. Are there only like 4 positions or something? Why does it work this way? If that's true, what if we did reset this, change this to -1, and we should still be controlling for the position of 2? What are you talking about? I just literally don't understand. So that's suggesting there's only 4 positions? Okay. So then, just the fact that everything moves at once really masks that being true. So let's reevaluate the goal then. That means that 1, I still evaluate as not move. 2, I evaluate as plus or minus 2, which is wildly different than my original interpretation. Which one is 3 and 4? D. So 3 wants to move like clockwise 1, and 4 wants to move counterclockwise 1. So I still can work from a position of I need the movements for 1 to balance each other out. So we can work with A and C. So 3 wants to move clockwise 1. Which I believe clockwise is positive, but I honestly don't freaking know. Because I can't control enough variables to be sure of that, and I hate this. So then A is -1. God. Oh, it's so annoying. I can't just input the number that I want. This is making me insane with rage. If you can't already tell. First off, reset should reset it and zero the thing out. Secondly, all the buttons should pop out so that I can just put in what I want to do again. I shouldn't have to manually reset everything when you would specifically label a reset button, you clown. So I want C is +1, I think. And A as -1. So that has 3 move where I want it, and A move where I want it, and 2 moves to counterclockwise 1. So I would need -1 on D. On B? Yeah, 2 and 4. I think that's correct. If I make D 0... Oh god, there's only one -1, obviously. Okay. So then I just have to increase the magnitude of A and C? Except that complicates things, because then I need to adjust for 3. Yeah, you're definitely hearing a lot of angry Vasco sounds, because the design of the interface for this puzzle sucks so bad. Like, the puzzle itself is fine, but, like, inputting anything and understanding what's going on sucks really bad. so like -2. And I want C as +2. Luckily, there's 2 of those for some reason. So that accounts for 1 to be neutral, and is probably the literal only way I can get that done. So we're probably working towards a solution now. The problem with this is that puts 2 at +2, which is fine in theory. But 3 now requires -1. And 4 requires -1. So D can be 0? No, D can be -1. And B can be 0? Just, like, tell me the name of the movie you want to see. That was so much harder than that needed to be. And all of that was, like, understanding the interface. Like, the second I plotted that map, it took me, like, 5 minutes to do it. But, like, it just takes so much time to understand that horrible console. And inputting the numbers you want to get any output sucks farts. Why am I back? Like, I understand conceptually why I'm here. Why am I here, though? Like, I realize that I've been in this building that I opened before. But this doesn't seem to have done anything for me. Which, again, just classic Quern. In the most toxic way possible. I mean, like, I couldn't go through this if I wanted to. Crowbar's not in my inventory. No, you're right. It has a stupid L shape on it. Classic Quern. Do it again, but backwards, you idiot. Wait a minute, though. That still doesn't quite make sense, does it? No. I need to map everything to 2, and then move it to position C, and hope that the way the game works, despite not conveying any useful information to me, is that it will retain what... we can test that. It's asinine beyond comprehension, but we can test that. Move white to A. Move orange to C. And then if we go up the stairs, it should still be aligned, I think, is what it's trying to suggest to me. Yeah, but I have to align it correctly before I move it up here. So I have to solve for 2 and then move it upstairs. A pointless obstacle. Alright, so move orange to B. And now we reevaluate. So let's copy this. Make note of this because I absolutely don't put it beyond Quern to just like make me do this again for none good reason. D is -1, C is 2, 0, -2. So, now... Oh, Lord. Just... unbelievable garbage. So now this is like kind of inverted. I need plus or minus 2 for 1. And no move for 2. And then if we look at D, we need minus 1 for 3. It's just fully inverted, right? The way this is set up. It's 4 once plus 1. Feels like there should be some quick way to do that, huh? But I don't think that's actually true. It's probably structured so it's not literally true. So I now need to compensate the movements of 2 instead of 1. So A and B should add to 0. So again, probably the only way to do that is plus and minus 2. So we'll start with that assumption. What does 4 want to do? 4 wants to move plus 1. So B should be positive 2, and A should be negative 2. Which would mean I need minus 1 on D. And is C 0? Is it like a weird just flip everything? So wait, 1 is trying to move, so that's at 0. 3 is currently, oh no, that's weird. No, this is definitely set up different. 3 needs a minus 1. But if I put a minus 1... If I put minus 1 there, then 1 is offset by negative 1. Which could mean... I think let me try something that seems random. Let's make a John Kieser. Thank you for the follow. I'm doing very bad at this puzzle and having a bad time. How are you? And then so I think I want A at minus 3. That sounds right. And then press through this part. This game is intense. Yes, I would agree that this game is intense in its way, and I'm sort of handling it badly right now because I'm not enjoying this puzzle because I think the interface here is more of an obstacle than the logic of the puzzle, and it's very frustrating to me. Probably more frustrating than is reasonable, but I'm pretty frustrated. But I do agree with you, too, that, like, once you sort of cut through some of the things I don't like about the game, there's, like, a good core to it. But, like, I have been reasonably consistently frustrated with it. I've been trying to stick through it because I do genuinely appreciate what it's presenting. And we just got, like, a cool bit of the story that I really liked that we would have missed out on entirely if we didn't play through it. But, like, also just frustrating. Just frustrating. So... God, my controller's gonna die, like, real soon, isn't it? So if we do A at minus 3... No, that's not possible, because 2 would then need plus 3. That can't be done. It literally cannot be done. So the alternative would be, like minus 1 at A and +1 at B? Doing that puts outer ring 4 2 off from where it wants to be. Which I think is good. Because then... yeah. No, wait. No, that puts 4 where it wants to be. That's +1. Clockwise 1. That's weird to me somehow. So that... oh, wait. That can't be right. So... minus... I'm struggling. Oh, I see. Okay. So I would need a second -1. Okay, no. So... yeah, A and B have to counteract each other completely, because that's the point. 2 needs to neutral out to 0. Which is throwing me off, because I keep wanting to adjust at A or B to fix, like, 3? Shakisa says, watched a very fast walkthrough of this game. As fast as he was with a few cuts, realizing he forgot something he had to go retrieve. It still took 15 videos. How long were the 15 videos? That does make a difference. But it is, I mean, I think it's a long game even if you're not garbage at it like I am. Especially, like, for a puzzle game, it's fairly long. Like, a puzzle game, it's not, like, narrative focused. Like, we played some, like, visual novels and stuff that were, like, puzzle heavy that were, like, long, but, like, they had a ton of, like, dialogue in between. This game does not have that. Man. So... yeah, the problem is that, like... it kind of has to be 2, doesn't it? A and B kind of have to be 2 and -2? I think I started this with A as 2 and B as -2. If we flip that, does that somehow make this more plausible? So that balances out 2. That puts it puts 1 where it wants to be. So 1 and 2 are where they want to be. B then... sorry, 2... 4 then, the outer ring, is 1 too far. So it would need -1. God, yeah. This is very similar to what I was looking at before, but I think inverting A and B makes this make sense. This is very similar to what we had on the other one, which is kind of what I thought we were going to do at first. I think this is right. 2 neutrals out. There's no change to 1, and it's where it wants to be, so that's fine. This also doesn't change 3 until we go to D, where it moves -1, which is what it wants. And 4's grand total, the outer ring, is +1, which is what it should want. So this should be left to right, -2, 2, 0, -1. 2, 0, -1. Kind of looks like that lined up. It's kind of hard to tell, though. Oh, wait. I can use the rings. I'm really fried. This puzzle makes me upset. Okay, great. It looks like it worked. Orange to C. And then up the invisible staircase. And this should be open, and we got a widget. Cool. Now we put the widget in the contraption. Oh, good, it's a slot machine now. Well, that's cool. Super glad that this became a really confusing puzzle I had no context for a minute ago. What on earth could I possibly do with this? If involved is a struggle. Assuming you already figured out the mechanics. At this point, I had. The thing that's most frustrating to me about that puzzle, rotating the thing, is like rotation and clockwise and counterclockwise and positive and negative isn't that complicated. But the way that the system conveys information is needlessly convoluted. Like, I can't easily check how many rotations the thing is doing because it's compiling two different numbers at once. And so, and there's also like a whole thing where like there's a reset button that doesn't reset the system, which means that you have to like manually like toggle different numbers in and out just to like put one correct number where you want it to go. It's very, very, very frustrating. Like, it's a totally reasonable puzzle that's like ruined by its interface. Just like absolutely, absolutely frustrating to me. It's 7.5 hours of videos. I mean, if you knew what you were doing and edited to like move to like eliminate navigating the island and such, like that seems plausible as not exactly a speed run, but like a quick run. Like, it seems like a long game for sure. I don't know what. I don't know. There's literally like slot machine garbage on here. Like, I was kind of like, it made slot machine noises, but there's like a lucky 7, and like I don't know if that's supposed to be a two-tone Christmas ornament or like cherries from this stupid realm. Like, I don't know what any of this means. I don't have context for what you presented to me. Can I even? Is it literally just like I can't turn the tumblers? You just want me to gamble? So it is a puzzle, is what you're saying to me. Give me something, game. Give me something to work with. I know, like, I'm actively mad at you and wish harm upon you, but, like, help me to help you. What could I possibly... It doesn't feel like either of the rooms are helpful right now off the top of my head. I don't think there's anything left unresolved downstairs. And since all I seem to be able to do is pull the lever... The answer to the puzzle is do it 3 times? You kidding me? Is that for real? Time to crack the safe. 56, 11, 37, 77. Do I get something from here as well? Awesome. I will loathe to use this later. What do you mean by the odds of this happening? I don't understand. I don't understand what that means. Also not generally a big fan of combination locks in puzzle games because there's like multiple ways to kind of interpret how they work. I had a notoriously horrific experience at one of the first escape rooms I ever went to, like physical escape rooms, where they leaned really heavily on padlocks and like they couldn't open their own padlocks with the correct numbers. That we had figured out the numbers and thought maybe we had them in the wrong order or something and tried multiple permutations. And even when they came in and knew the solution, they still couldn't get them open. Like, awesome. You could have been there quite a bit long. Demolition, I need you to explain what that means. That sounds horrible. So, like, I assume that I just... Oh, God. Like, you normally start right on a combination lock, don't you? Which means that you're, like, rotating clockwise, I think. This really sucks to do on a PlayStation controller. I need you to understand. I need you to understand. how bad that is. So then, oh god, oh jeez. I don't know if that resets it. 11. It's like a real combination lock. You have like nuance. PlayStation controller. Not so much. 7. I don't care for this. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's always 3. I mean, I don't know if you were just assuming probabilistically, but like that wouldn't make any sense from a video game standpoint. This absolutely blows hard. I just like listen. Even with a mouse, this kind of sucks. But like no, thank you. Can I get an amen? What do I friggin' do here? Just in case I have to clear the dial. I don't know if that's close enough. I think it's a click on every number deal. I don't know how you mean that. Oh, like I should hear a click? Does that mean I should be like doing the other direction? Because I don't think I'm hearing a click. There's not enough nuance to this controller. Oh. The barely visible... So these are buttons now. I kind of thought these were display. They're not lighting up like buttons, I gotta tell you. Oh, maybe the center of the wheel is a button. Maybe that is how this works. Again, just like not like a lot of input from the game to like tell me stuff. 6. I'll call that close enough. Just feels like we could have this be digital instead of analog, but like, whatever. It's like when you tell me I'm doing a combination lock, I naturally assume that I have to do like left and right, and maybe I'm hearing a click or something. No, I mean you're right. Like I was looking for basically that information. Oh god, I'm back where I started. It's the other side of the round door. Ah, jeez. That's enough Quern for today. This is the one. I so badly want this game to convey whatever information it wants. Like I've spent like 80% time. Anytime I'm stuck in this game, it's like not puzzle. It's like almost always like interface or interpreting intention of developers in some way that's not intuitive to me. The whole white crystal rod in the broken holder. Yeah, the you like put in the rectangle, you like put in the white torch, and you put the rectangle under, and a bridge happens. I mean, that's like way before this. Like, you can't get here without going there. I just like, I don't know, man. I do appreciate that as well. Like that, like clearly you can sort of derive that you send that brick down here like way early in the game when you do the like sliding puzzle outside of the crystal lab or whatever, and it like mysteriously descends into nowhere, and then like you come down here and you're like, oh, it's the chute. I sent this here myself. And there's like plenty of good stuff like that in here. I mean, like, I think I would be more excited about the reveal that I'm on the other side of that conspicuous thing I was certain was a door. I mean, I guess the idea is that this takes me back to the central pillar, and I put my doodad that I got from the slot machine in the thing, and it opened. I don't know. It becomes an elevator or something because there's not like a third path. It's gonna go somewhere else. I don't know. I kind of expected something more exciting than like fixing the fact that I had to like go someplace I couldn't get back from. And it's a little underwhelming. But like, I'm not even entirely sure why that made me so mad. But like, it's somehow to me like really indicative of so many other problems I have with this game that I know I've talked about at length. But like, the puzzle's not about the puzzle. The puzzle's about understanding the bizarre arcane interface that they decided for it. And that even applies to the dial door. I don't think we gain anything from like making it a safe dial when it's not handled like a safe dial. All that does is subconsciously prime me for it to be the worst thing I've ever done. And then to be like, no, idiot, press the middle button. Which, like, I don't know, I just didn't notice was a button. And, like, part of that is just from the distraction of, like, having to understand the godforsaken clockwise, counterclockwise disaster puzzle. Which, like, again, the inherent logic to it is extremely straightforward. It's, like, a couple minutes at best. But, like, you just have to, like, wrap your head around, like, the bizarre way they choose to convey the information to you. And I think it frankly sucks. I don't know why this is the one that breaks my spirit or why it's the one that makes me so mad, but like, I've been doing this for hours of in-game play, and that one made me really upset. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, Sean. I conceptually get the idea that, like, we're still in the rat's maze that is, he wants us to follow a super linear path to, like, learn all the crap that he did to find the scientist, and then he's gonna tell us how to become, like, the dark god of Quern or whatever. Or just how to rule the multiverse or something along those lines. But, like, I don't know. So consistently, I've had two issues with this game at large. Like, there's little things that I gripe about, but, and this is encapsulating some of the earlier discussions, but like, one is that you are frequently given an unsatisfying result to solving a puzzle, which I object to on the basis that, like, the puzzle itself is the deferment of the excitement of moving on in the story in a game like this. So, like, when I solve the puzzle, a cool thing should happen. When I solve the puzzle, I get back where I started. It's kind of dicey to make that actually seem cool and not just like a thing that needs to have happened. But the other thing is more in line with that console that I hate, which is just that, like, this game, in my opinion, has a lot of, like, user experience issues where I am frequently more stumped by things that I deem not puzzle than I am truly stumped by a puzzle. Like, it is not the logic of rotating the chambers that causes me issue. It's like figuring out how to interpret their bizarre console And like you can argue that's the puzzle, and it's not. I don't think it's like the most clear-cut example of that issue that I have with this game. Like there are other puzzles that are worse for that, but like for whatever reason, this one just made me super duper mad. Red berries? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually really glad to hear you say that. I think I spent, what would you estimate, chat, those of you who were here for the whole goblet debacle? I think I spent upwards of an hour trying to figure out how to get Barry into Goblet. It's not exactly the same situation you describe. Like, I feel like I understood the Barry part. Yeah, 83 years sounds about right, Castle. Like, I got really hung up because in order to get to that point in, like, the alchemy process, you have to complete a puzzle that involves combining various elements in like a literal juicing machine. And so like when they're like, you gotta combine that berry juice with whatever goo comes out of this machine, I'm like, great, got a goblet of goo, got a berry juicing machine, almost got myself a stew going. How do I get the berry juice from the flask I'm holding into the goblet? And spent like just an absolutely insane amount of time trying to figure that out. And like there was someone in chat at the time who has like played the game before and like has more or less stated that they like enjoy watching various people's journey through this game. I don't know that they're enjoying my journey. They have revisited a couple times and I'm grateful for that. But like I think the only point in the game where they implied it was physically painful to watch me play is that point, where evidently all I need to do is put the berry on top of the goblet and crank the jam, and then I got my stew going. And like to me, again, like user experience, like you taught me that if I want juice from a berry, I put it in the juicing machine. You didn't give me new instructions that say the berry goes directly on top of the goblet. Yeah, I mean, like, certainly you can have it so you just, like, solve a commensurate puzzle to get red goggles to, like, get the same effect as drinking the potion. Like, for my money, if I'm trapped on this island, the first thing I'm doing isn't, like, juicing some strange berries based on a note that says, like, be careful, there could be some gross physical side effects to drinking weird berry potion. And then, like, my idiot self being like, why don't I drink all of the berry potions to determine if one of them's a puzzle solution or if I've just drank hemlock? Just, like, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So, like, I don't know, that puzzle fails the flavor test and the user experience test for me. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of fairly reasonable puzzles in this game, but so many of them are either, like, completely tanked or otherwise masked by just, like, concealing information from the player instead of, like, having the player solve the puzzle. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand the hint there. You will recall, those of you who are here for that part of the debacle, that Mike is at a certain point. Demolition looked it up and was just like, "Here you go, Vasco. The solution is red berry." And I'm like, "All right." Problem is, I can juice the red berries all I want. It doesn't make a potion, and that's where we got hung up. What's the solution if not juicing the berries? You use a different juicer. Is the solution. The solution is a different juicer that the game does not make clear for my satisfaction is a juicer. You literally have to spend a considerable amount of time with a device that juices berries in the same room that you've uncovered the goblet and the solution you need to mix with berry juice. And you just ignore the fact that that is a machine that gets juice from berries. And you put a berry inside the dispenser for the weird juice, or the weird, like, solution for the juice. And that gives you the thing. Yeah, a vial juicer versus a goblet juicer. And, like, it's fine to have those two things in the same game, or even in the same room, but then I need the developer to help me out. Like, give them in-world names and be like, you need to make, like, a goblet juice potion. Don't use the grinder juicer. Sean says, reminds me of Myst Uru. It's one of the only Myst games that uses physics so heavily. I gotta be honest, I've played Myst Uru. I don't think I played it long enough to solve any puzzles. I kind of just hate Myst Uru on principle. I did try to give it a shot. It did sort of do the same thing that I personally, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I didn't love about Riven, which was it wanted to be open world because it was trying to be an open world puzzle game, which I frankly still don't conceptually understand after all these years. But so, like, you would just, like, find a linking book and go to some unnamed place with no backstory and find some stuff. Which, in some cases, I guess, isn't entirely distinct from how, like, Myst functions at times. But, like, normally, Myst gives you some sense of, like, why you're here in this particular game and what your overall purpose is, and usually some flavor text that at least gives you, like, a starting point. My recollection of the start of Myst Uru is that you go to, like, a dig site in Nevada that literally just has, like, a trailer at the edge of it, and, like, you have to, like, find a way to get through, like, essentially, like a roped off fence area. Like, your character who's gonna solve a bunch of interdimensional puzzles isn't smart enough to, like, step over effectively a small wooden fence that's, like, maybe waist height, and, like, even had, to my recollection, like, varying levels of wooden bars that you could stand on. So you could even, like, take a step on one and then, like, swing your leg over. Like, you don't need a lot of physical prowess is the point that I'm making. My recollection is that this was, like, essentially the first puzzle of the game. I may have some of those details wrong, but I definitely remember spending a lot of time in the desert, not being in a magical world, via a linking book. Did I ever play Abduction? I think I've had it recommended. I don't really remember what it is. Truly would be a vial juicer if it juiced goblets, wouldn't it? I don't know. I think I'm too stupid for my own terminology at this point. The point is, I hate that room for having two juice machines and not indicating that only one of those is an acceptable way to juice berries. And it's weird, right? Because, like, I feel like the game, in doing that, teaches me that I should consider a door closed when I finish a puzzle. Like, I shouldn't be thinking of resources I already have, because only the new berry juicer matters. And it's just my oversight that I don't interpret it as a berry juicer because I'm fixated on the berry juicer I already have. But in reality, that would be a bad lesson to take away from it, which has caused me difficulty playing the game further, because there are numerous times where they want you to do that after that point. A game by the creators of Myst. Oh, I may have seen a little bit of that. Is that... I've seen someone play, like, maybe a couple hours of... It might be Abduction, now that you say it. I remember a game where, like, you start near, like, a campfire or something like that, and you're, like, wandering, like, the wilderness of this alien world, and, like, ghosts are kind of talking to you, but they're not, like, literal ghosts haunting you. They're, like, the spirits of, like, explorers who, like, died adventuring to this place, and, like, listening to their spirits gives you a sense of what they tried, so you can, like, avoid that and, like, figure out the correct thing to do or something like that. I didn't see very much of it. To be honest, what I saw of it didn't look great to me. Scrambled your brain way harder than this game. Interesting. It truly does grind your brain, just like a quern grinds grains at someone's home. Wait. Is a quern also like a mortar pestle situation? if so, it's all the more confusing that they made a giant mortar and pestle into like a procedural puzzle without, again, really prompting me that that should be the case. Anyway, even though there's like 42 more hours of Quern, I feel at this point that I am probably close enough to the end that I'd still rather power through than give up on it. I wouldn't even say that I'm like more frustrated with the game now than I have been in the past. I think this is just classic played too much Quern. I kind of let chat goad me into going one puzzle further than I should have. And I'm not blaming chat for that because it's definitely my decision. But it was definitely the wrong decision. Like, I really think that Quern is best in played like 1 to like 2.5 hours. I think if I had stopped when I thought I was like, I think if I stopped after story time, I would have felt great about this session. But then I got to the miserable clockwise gear house. And I just didn't care for it. It's a stone grain mill. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably was referenced by grinding up the blue stone, huh? Weird. I'm super ready to be done. Somewhere on the couch behind me, I've hidden a Squirtle. If you can find that Squirtle, it's an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. You figure it out. I had to solve the other puzzle. And it sucked. Honestly surprised the controller hasn't died yet. Like, I really feel like Quern gives the impression of a game that wasn't play tested and was made by like the hardcorest of aspiring puzzle game developers. They felt like they wanted all puzzles to be as hard as they could manage to make them, but like also critically didn't really playtest the game to get a sense of whether one could visibly see all of the elements that they needed to interact with to solve some puzzles. Or, like, play some sections where you end up, like, repeating puzzles ad nauseum because of, like, a minor missed element of a puzzle to determine that actually it's like really annoying to do trial and error here to learn what you've done wrong because there's so many steps to trying it again. Growing up, every time one of my brothers or I said, yeah, but, to my dad, he'd say that was a Yiddish rabbit. So a friend of my oldest brother got an AI-generated yabbit created and framed for him. That's fascinating. Was it named Lagomorph? Or Zero the Third? That joke's just for me. No one in chat knows what that means. I do that a lot. Welcome to VascoDaGamer's channel. Let's go find a Squirtle. It's one of the other defining features. In addition to the rants and me making jokes that are funny to me and hoping that someone will recognize them. As far as I could tell, literally everyone made the same guess. I need you to see her. This is Marcella. She is both watermelon and octopus. And she has a nice flower. Squirt. It's a real softball, but this seemed inevitable that someone would ask about it. So I figured I should probably just put a Squirtle there. He did it. Everyone found the Squirtle. There's others, but they're inconsequential. This sucks and I had a bad time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being you. I hope to see you again soon. In the meantime, take care of yourselves and remember that you are colossal.